Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Armstrong Center on the Georgia Southern University campus here in Savannah. I'm pleased to welcome you to our fall retreat, even though it's a month later than we originally scheduled it. We have a busy day ahead of us. We have a good amount of work that needs to be accomplished. You've got your agendas, but the three main things, I guess, that we will be discussing today. Number one, we will be looking at the strategic plan and sort of an overview of that whole thing. We will also be looking at measuring and assessing. That'll be the first thing we'll do. Our students, there's a concern from all of us, I'm sure you are aware of with the new education delivery system in place, that we have concerns about what it is exactly we can measure and how we can measure that. So we'll be talking about that first. We'll then talk about the strategic plan. Remember, we were in that process when COVID happened, so we're a little behind on that, but we will be moving forward with developing our plan. And then the afternoon will be taken up with a full discussion of the options that the superintendent and the staff have come forward with as we approach the next phase of learning for our district. I did, before I call on the superintendent, I did want to say a public thank you to Kendria Lee, who was here earlier, and I'm sure she's still around, but she is with Georgia Southern. She's been very, very helpful to us in setting all of this up. Dr. Marrero, the president of Georgia Southern, will be sort of sticking his head in about 11:15 to welcome us to the campus. He's got a luncheon in Savannah. I had told him I didn't want him to drive from Statesboro just to say welcome to us, but he'll be kind of sticking his nose in and saying welcome to us, and we'll stop what we're doing so he can do that. Let me introduce at this point our superintendent, and Kendria.
There she is.
Right. Kendria Lee, I just wanted to say, I had said thank you to you, but you had walked out of the room, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pleasure as always to introduce our superintendent, Dr. Levette.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome. We are delighted to have you with us. It's a little different than our last fall retreat, which was a lot more intimate, and but I think we have a pretty ambitious agenda. Hope that we'll be able to get some good information. We have, I think the staff has followed the directive given to us, which is to really give you an opportunity to talk and share ideas so that it can help inform any future planning. I want to offer a special welcome to the associate superintendents who've not had an opportunity to be involved with the board retreats before, except maybe to help prepare items, but they'll have an opportunity to interact on a different level with you today. So we're all here to support our students and moving forward, and look forward to a very exciting day. So we'll talk about the necessaries. It's for those who haven't been in the building before, and for those who are revisiting, I'll remind you that the most important spots in the place, other than where the food is, are the restrooms, which are for men right outside that second door, hang a right, and for women go past the second pole and hang a right, and the ladies' room is right there. I think everything that we need is here and available for us, and Dr. Buck will proceed from here. Thank you so much for being here this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Levette. A little bit of housekeeping, if you will, about the way we'll proceed because of the social distancing. Thankfully, we have mics for every speaker right close to us. In order to facilitate the taping of this session, Stagefront and Paul have done a marvelous job of setting us up here, but he needs for you, if you get ready to speak, if you will just raise your hand so that he can make sure your mic is on. That way he doesn't have to keep all the mics on all the time. That will delay things a half a second here and there, but it is important that we get a good taping. One of the sound system in this room that came with it is not particularly good, and so this will facilitate with a outside supplemental system. And we will be doing breakouts shortly. When we do that, I'll tell you where you need to go and the groups that you will be broken up into. Before we start this morning in terms of our real business, I know that the superintendent said we have some associate superintendents with us first time. We also have a board member with us, or about to be board member for the first time. Denise Grabowski is joining from District 1, and most of you know that already, but she has not had a chance to meet some of you, I'm sure, and so I thought we might take just a few minutes this morning, and this is brief now, folks. We're not going to have long conversations. I want you to stand and don't worry about turning the mic. Just stand, say your name, your reason for being here, your title, whatever, and then one word that you think describes you best so that Ms. Grabowski will know how to work with you. And I'll start with that by saying I'm Joe Buck. I'm president of the school board for Savannah-Chatham. And the one word that describes me best, I think, is optimistic. Ms. Hall, let's begin with you. Stand up and tell us that information.
I'm a school board member from District 3 since 2012, and the best word to describe me would be, as I told Michelle and Katie, why they put me here, troublemaker.
Denise, you want to go next, please?
Good morning, Denise Grabowski, incoming board member for District 1, and the word that describes me best, persistent.
Persistent. Okay, thank you. Ms. Davis-Brown back there, please.
I am committed.
Mary Davis-Brown, our board secretary. Stacy?
I'm Stacey James, I'm director of communications, and I think one word that describes me is probably loud.
Ms. Hines?
Good morning, Margaret Hines, District 5, and this is one word that can describe me,
Dedicated. Ms. Hines is our most veteran school board member. She's been here since we had electric lights installed at 208. So, Brian.
Brian Dennison, Assistant School Board Attorney. I'll go with the Enneagram. I'll go with 1. So.
Thanks. Dr. Howard Hall.
Tanya Howard Hall, and the words, so many words, but I just have to say I am a survivor.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Survivor. I will
Survi-
survive.
That's good. And for those who don't know her real well, she loves to sing. So, and Dr. Levette.
Good morning. Welcome again, Elizabeth, and I'm long-time educator and committed.
Committed. Okay, Ms. Aiken.
Good morning, Kay Akins, interim associate superintendent, elementary K-8. 2 words, active listener.
Good, thank you. Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Hi, I'm Deanne Hopkins Brown, representative for District 2, Vice President Board, and my word is compassionate.
Passionate, thank you. Ms. Hancock.
Good morning. I'm Tiff Hancock, Associate Superintendent of Learning Support Services, and my word is positive.
Positive, good. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, I'm Rosalind Nathaniel, and I'm here on behalf of our financial officer, Larry Jackson. I am the assistant chief financial officer, and my word is dedicated.
Dedicated, thank you very much, ma'am. Back in the back there, Mr. Johnson.
Michael Johnson, representative District 7. My word would be
available. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Bernadette Ball Oliver, Associate Superintendent for Secondary Schools and Athletics, and my word is passion.
Passionate. Okay, backside over there, the Florida State cohort.
Sheila Blocker, Public Information Manager, and
Thank you. I'm going to come back up to the front real fast. Mr. Holliday?
I'm Lee Holliday, school board attorney, and as to the school board, I'm straight.
Yeah, Ms. Kegler. Enthusiastic. Thank you.
I'm David Feliciano, Chief Data and Accountability Officer, and the word that comes to my mind is tenacious. Unless the superintendent tells me to stop, I will.
And I guess we knew better because we put one member by himself because hey, some kids act out. You know that, and you put them off in the corner.
Thank you for setting the tone, Dr. Sean Cashmar, District 4, and a parent, and because the word has to give Denise a clue as to how we can work together, I'm going to go with thirsty.
Okay. Dr. Cave.
Good morning, Valerie Cave, Associate Superintendent of K-12 Transformation and Innovation, and the word that definitely describes me is direct.
Great, thank you. Ms. Katie?
Katie Simmons, Secretary, Office of the Superintendent, and I believe the word that describes me is kind.
Kind, that's true. That's true. Michelle?
Michelle Hodges, Office of the Superintendent, and thankful is my word.
Thankful, and you have reason to be. Okay, so Denise, you now know everybody, and you know how to work with them, right? As we move forward, we will be discussing first measurables, which is really important. You know kind of the history of what's going on with the state. I'm sure you'll be filled in more with that, but I'm going to turn it over now to Mr. Feliciano and go take my seat.
Yes, ma'am. When we raise our hand to speak, are we going to do like a board meeting? You will call on us or the person who presents?
If you raise your hand to speak, let's try without me having to moderate and just, you raise your hand really so Paul can get the microphone. So let's try. We all want to talk at once and all. I'd rather be apart instead of having to moderate.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to see you all here today with your masks on this glorious Friday. Dr. Buck, I was going to say a COVID-19 joke, but I felt they wouldn't catch it until 10 days. So, with the disruption of the pandemic, the work on the 2025 strategic planning session had to be tabled. School year 2021 has now become a transition year between the old 5-year strategic plan and the new The Way Forward 2025 plan. Each of you should have in front of you the 1-year DAS Return to Learn navigation plan. I also have it up front. If you do not have a copy, one can be provided to you. There's plenty of copies at the front of the table. Listed on the documents are the board vision, mission, guiding principles, and priority goals. These will not change and will remain the same for school year 2021. At the bottom of the first page is SCOT, which is similar to SWOT. This is a visual representation of factors that impacts the district's ability to be successful. And these factors can be used for decision-making and determining short-term objectives, action items, or measures. These factors have been updated to reflect our current environment that we are operating in. You have strengths, challenges, opportunities, and threats. For example, under strengths, the administration has spent a lot of time and resources in creating protocols, creating guidelines, creating documents and procedures, new processes on how to deal with COVID-19. Just in my area, for example, we had to figure out and strategize how do we register a student without any paperwork. Schools are closed, and we're accustomed to being a paper-driven environment. So we had to stop everything we're doing and figure out how then do we register students without touching any pieces of paper and also maintaining social distancing guidance. You can also see under threats on the other side, what is it we're dealing with? You had COVID-19 that is going to be with us for quite some time and the impact that it has. We have student enrollment losses that we're experiencing. We have employee retention turnover that we're experiencing. And we know that we're going to have abrupt school shutdowns. That is going to be occurring when we talk about rolling school shutdowns, whether it's a classroom, a wing, or an entire school. And of course, what's in all our minds is fiscal year 2022 revenues, the impact that this is having on those revenues. On the back of the page, you have the 5 priority board goals on the left. In the middle, you have room to write ideas and areas of interest for the short-term objectives. And on the right side, we have placed examples of measures for review. While we're seeking to create short-term objectives, I would like the board to focus more on what's important to you and areas of interest for this school year. The superintendent's cabinet will then work to convert them to specific objectives. For example, when we talk about threat, COVID-19, in the back of a board member's mind may be, well, we don't want no super spreader events in our school districts. That takes protocols, guidelines, it takes training, procedures, and ensuring that all the schools know social distancing is a priority. Student safety, staff safety is a priority. Okay, because we know in the school environment there's a lot of social events. There's birthday parties, right, for staff. There's events that occur throughout the year. These are things we have to be mindful because we are already accustomed at a habit of having these events cyclically every year. At the completion of the session, these documents will be collected from each of the group and synthesized and refined into the school year 2021 DAS Return to Learn Navigation Plan. The draft plan will be presented to the board in the December board meeting for adoption. At this time, I am ready to turn it over to Dr. Buck, unless there are any other questions on it. I know we have breakout groups that will be done.
Any questions at this point before we break into small groups? The handout that you have on the second page where you've got 1 year short-term objectives, those are the things you should be discussing within your small group. We do have a recorder in every one of the rooms that will be with us. And I would ask that somebody in your group be cognizant of time. We are going to break into the small group and be back here about 10 o'clock. So that gives us some time to work. In terms of the small group, 107 classroom is Ball Oliver, Caxmar, Pines, and Hancock. And Katie Simmons is our recorder. 107 classroom is right across the lobby area and down the hall. Classroom 2, Michelle will be note-taking there. It's in 106. That is Miller Kayla, Johnson, Buck, and Nathaniel. Classroom 3, 105 classroom, Howard Hall, Cave, and Denison. Dr. Levette and Mr. Feliciano will be floating. That's a good word, I guess. Dr. Levette, I'm glad to know you're going to float. And in the main ballroom, we have a group with Mayor Davis Brown as a note taker, Dr. Hoskins Brown, and Denise Grabowski, and Mr. Greenland, although he's teaching right across the hall from us, so he won't be here for that. Second group, Stacy is the note taker, Hall, Aikens, Holiday, and Ramon Ray, although I don't think Ramon's here. But those two groups are meeting in here. Just space yourselves so that you're socially distancing as you should. Anything else? Stacy is our timekeeper overall, so she's going to be kind of sticking her nose in rooms and saying, make sure you're on task and all of that, okay? If you would take your stuff and go in and move into the other room. 107 is Paul Oliver, Cashmore, Hines, and Hancock. 106, Kayla, Johnson, Buck, and Nathaniel. 105, Howard Hall, Cave, Denison. And then in this room, Hoskins Brown and Grabowski in one group, Mary Davis Brown and Stacy with Connie Hall, Aikens, Holiday, and you won't be reporting out, I thought I said.
Start with the group report outs. The group report outs for the navigation plan. I hope you enjoyed the mini sessions that you had talking about what areas of interest do you have concerning this school year and the environment we're currently in, and what's important to you. So we're going to start out with group 1. Let's start here on the left-hand side. You can report out from the table you're at using the speakers that are there. So group 1.
You need a microphone? Do I need a microphone?
Yes. Please do use the microphone because we are recording this session.
Okay. Dr. Hoskins Brown put me straight in the hot seat as the incoming member. So, Dion, please chime in, whatever I miss. All right, for goal 1, we talked about a couple of our metrics that we currently use, but we continue to use them, but may not use the same weight. And those include attendance and standardized testing of MAP and GMAS, certainly recognizing the challenges that exist right now with that. Going back to attendance, one of the things that we talked about was truancy. How are we measuring truancy? And in particular, how do the truancy rates compare to historic truancy rates? And maybe focusing our efforts on those students who we are not having contact with, and ensuring that the gaps don't continue to grow even wider. We also talked about, especially as we're coming to January, how are we assessing students for their choice school applications? Back in the fall, we talked about the students that the testing was not high stakes, but typically that's also used for choice schools. So how are we looking at that assessment? And then also continuing to look at graduation rates under goal 1. Anything else I miss? Okay. Goal 2, under the learning environment. As we look, especially to January, we have more teachers back. How can we look at optimizing our facility usage and perhaps using the space in some creative ways to ensure that we have space available for all those students who choose to return in person? and then recognizing obviously the importance of continued online virtual learning, doing an online climate assessment of the experience and perception of online learning. How is the district measuring extracurricular student engagement? So the metrics for that. Will the state be doing their student well-being assessment that they do every year and ensuring that we can continue to have access to that data? And if not, that's something we'll need to take on ourselves as a district. Continuing the cybersecurity report, especially as we are using online learning. And then for disciplinary recording, differentiating between in-person discipline reports and online, and recognizing that those may have to be dealt with in different ways. For goal 3, under stakeholder engagement, continue to increase interactions that support student achievement and success. To increase positive and targeted communications to stakeholders. I'm not sure what that one is. And that's utilizing the rubric that we have in place now. And then we also talked about, right now, we are experiencing a much higher level of parent engagement. We recognize that that's not always, that a lot of parents obviously might be concerned or in expressing, challenges, but we have more parent engagement than we've had probably in a long time. So how can we really capitalize on that and transform that in a way that it can be positive to increase that engagement even beyond COVID, and not lose those parents, but say, we appreciate your engagement and we want to keep you engaged even as we hopefully look to more normalized learning processes. Under goal 4, premier workforce, certainly it's really important right now that we are looking at attrition rates and reasons, obviously, for our teachers and staff that might be choosing to leave the district. We also talked about exploring how we can improve non-salary benefit opportunities. An example we talked about was the child care that's now being offered by the district. There's some opportunities there to look at how can we support teachers in ways that might be less traditional, like salary, but are there other benefits that we can provide as a district? And then the third one was the rates of professional development. And then under goal 5, for resource stewardship and fiscal responsibility, that the current measures are pretty good, even in this time of COVID. We do need to make sure that we're very transparent in the use of our CARES Act funding, that we have student information that continues to be available, that we're continuing to measure transportation, food, and nutrition. And then one last thing we talked about, we weren't quite sure where it fits, but the district has been very creative in maintaining jobs and employment for district employees and repurposing those employees. So how can we tell those stories in a way to demonstrate how we have responded in a very positive way for our employees during the pandemic? And I think that's it. Did I miss anything? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Group 1. Next reporting is Group 2, the one group that was in the back.
Okay, Group 2, we had a lot of very robust conversation, very lively, so I was very excited to be a part of that group. When we look at Goal 1, Career and College Ready, and looking at the short-term objectives, we said intense summer school would be very, very important, simply because we may experience a lot of learning loss. We debated on making this summer school face-to-face or virtual. So we came to a mutual agreement that we would like for the majority of the students to be face-to-face. However, we do realize that there will be students that have situations at home where they may live with a grandparent. So we would allow them to still catch up in the intense summer school in a virtual model. Absolutely. The major focus and the students that will be targeted will be those in the lower quartile that did not score well on our assessments. Moving on to goal 2, which is the learning environment. We came to the consensus that we wanted to ensure robust support as it pertains to the well-being of our students and staff. We realized that in order for our teachers to teach at high levels and to be effective, they needed to be emotionally well as the students and the parents. What we discussed is the fact that we realized that a lot of the parents are struggling through this pandemic. So we know that it's very, very important to reach out and provide those opportunities to support teachers so the learning environment could be conducive to teaching and learning at high levels. Looking at goal 3, our stakeholder engagement. This was a category where we feel that we're doing very, very well. All we have to do is really continue to do what we're doing and perhaps add in some other stakeholders. As you know, we have a task force that focuses on the reopening. We have worked with them throughout the entire pandemic, and they have provided us with a lot of great feedback, as well as our professional senate of teachers. We meet with them often, and they provide adequate feedback to us. So we feel very, very comfortable as far as our stakeholder engagement, as well as our principals. We just met with them yesterday, so they could provide us with valuable feedback. So we do believe that we're doing quite well with our engagement. Perhaps we need to reach out further to try to encourage and engage stakeholders that we may not have participating at this time. Moving on to goal 4. Premier workforce. We said we wish we had Mr. Ray here with us. However, Ms. Hall and others had some very important bullets. The first one being focus on recruiting more talented and qualified teachers, delete 5-to-1 experience verification, and move to 1-to-1 experience. Did you want to, Ms. Hall, did you want to elaborate on that one?
Several comments. If we can just go back 1 second to the teacher training, the learning environment. I think it's essential that we train our teachers on all the platforms of instructional delivery, especially the It's Learning, and that we need to assess those teachers just as we assess students to see where they are, what is their level of expertise with the technology we're demanding of them. And wherever, it's nothing punitive, it's just for us to know, so that we then can help them move from wherever they are to where they need to be. So I think that was one thing I just wanted to add to our learning environment. And now on the stakeholder engagement, that we need more active supervision of the remote instruction. We need more input from the teacher senate the way we got the other day. And I'm very concerned about the divisiveness of our stakeholders. We get emails and calls from both sides of the spectrum. Almost every minister in Savannah has called me to say, keep the schools closed. Almost every parent who's called me or written me has said, hurry up and let us get back in school. We have to try, while Kay was saying, we want to improve on that stakeholder engagement and keep them here. The divisiveness is not helpful. So some kind of way we've got to try to have a meeting of each time. And now, Kay, what were you asking me on this one?
Oh, that's what I was asking.
Oh, on the compensation.
Yes. Oh, yes, the
Yes.
5-to-1
I
experience.
think it's almost, I know it's a strong word, but I think it's immoral to hire someone who comes with 10 years of experience, but we just give them, instead of giving them those 10 years of experience, we cut that down to compensating them as though they only had 2 years. So in fact, what's happening, we're getting the value of their experience, but we're not paying them for it. And I think that's immoral. So that we have to, and I see we are going to address that later in the agenda. I'm so happy to see that at least we're getting towards a 2-to-1, even if we can't get to 1-to-1 yet. But I think that's something that we seriously need to look at, and something that will help us in terms of retaining the outstanding talent that we have, that they don't leave to go into the private sector because the compensation is more competitive there.
Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Mary.
And our last bullet for Goal 4, targeted professional learning based on the individual needs of our employees, to include certified and non-certificated staff.
Can I talk about that for 1 second?
Certainly.
Okay. Okay, we need, just on the targeted professionalism, we're losing a lot of brilliant instructors because they're not able to manage their classrooms. So they burn out and they leave. And what happens, our children lose that valuable instructional brilliance. On the other hand, we have some teachers who could manage 100 kids in a classroom and you wouldn't hear a peep, but they're not up to date on their intellectual knowledge. So when we say that we want to meet our teachers where they are and make them better, targeted professional learning, that's what we mean by that. Okay, I won't interrupt anymore.
Quickly moving on to Goal 5, which is resource stewardship and fiscal responsibility. We're very pleased that we believe our finance department is coming into the 21st century with the introduction of our new business system. So we're very pleased about that. And we must go to the hub system immediately to help us with some of our fiscal responsibility. Anything else, Ms. Hall?
No, that's
Okay, thank you.
All right, Group 2. All right, Group 3, the first classroom walking down the hall. First classroom. Mr. Katchmar.
Be the reporter. All right. Goal 1, we had 2 main points. Given that we've been in virtual learning for the end of last year and into this year, we think there needs to be a focus on enhanced counseling, particularly for 5th grade, 8th grade, and then 11th and 12th grade. I have an 11th grader. I also have a 7th grader. I have friends with kids in those grades, but more of an effort to make an individualized connection with those kids in gateway and transition grades, given the problems with online learning. And then second, we really believe that there needs to be a really strong summer educational option, and not just summer school for kids who are in the gray area about transitioning to the next grade, but really a robust opportunity to try to make up for the academic learning gap that has happened over the past 2 semesters. Despite our best efforts, we had to pivot at the end of last year, and its learning was new this year, and the reality is virtual learning is just not as successful for many kids as in person. So we really think there needs to be, I don't want to use the word year-round school, but there needs to be a summer semester. And we talked about whether, I don't think we can make it mandatory, but we can strongly encourage it for families who believe that their kids suffered learning loss over the past 2 semesters. Goal 2, learning environment. Our main goals there were, one, making sure that supplies were more accessible and distributed at the site level. We're doing a good job at the district level getting it down to the site, but then there's inconsistent distribution at the site level and some confusion about how to get things they need. So I know we're working on that, but the health and safety protocols, particularly when we're mandating staff return in January, are going to be more important just to give people a sense of comfort. Number one. Number two, taking a good look at all of the events that we do as a district and figuring out the ones that are important to us, and figuring out how to do them safely in a reimagined way. And I think our group agreed on that the focus should be on events that mattered to our students first. So like graduation or bridging ceremonies. Let's figure out a way, let's spend the time to figure out a way to do those safely and offer them as an option rather than just say they're canceled. But we thought we could do an individualized assessment of those events and figure out how to do them safely. And the third is athletics. We're doing some high school athletics and club activities now. We want to see middle school athletics offered, and I know from Ms. Ball Oliver that there's a plan in place. And there's been a lot of parental pressure about middle school athletics. What I've been telling people is, look, we had to figure out how to do athletics right first. We started with high school because that's competitive. And I know they've been working on a plan, but we felt athletics was a vital part of the school experience in getting middle school athletics going. And then I'm going to put in a plug. The district is not doing wrestling or swimming for high school kids as a winter sport. Swimming, it's because there's no coach, but with wrestling, I think that was an assessment made at the local district. I think we should allow it, and we've talked to Ms. Ball Oliver about that, but I know that they're assessing it continuously. So those were our 3 points for Goal 2, athletics, supplies, and events. Goal 3, community engagement. We thought it was important, and these are all short-term goals, to continue our transparent communications about health and safety protocols and expectations. We're going to teachers coming back in January. We're doing the hybrid. There's going to be more kids coming to school in January. I think we've done a good job of putting the data on our website, but continued communications about what we're doing as a district and what we expect our families and students to do as well were important. And then using social media and technology more as communication platforms to our stakeholders. We can have Zoom town halls, Q&A sessions. Ms. Ball Oliver volunteered to lead Associate Superintendent monthly town halls via Zoom. Is that right? That wasn't right? Okay. Never mind. Okay, my bad. But board members are supposed to have, town halls every year. I go to a lot of PTA and school council meetings that have been on hold. The big picture is we should explore using social media platforms more to continue to communicate, because if we don't, there's a vacuum of information, and you know what happens when there's a vacuum of information. The Twitter sphere and the conspiracy theories start running rampant. So let's own the space. Goal 4, premier workforce. Goal 1 for us was finish our 5-year plan, the 5th year of our 5-year plan, and see if we can enhance particularly our classified staff and how we compensate them. So I think I've heard some similar comments, but at least let's finish our 5-year plan and focus on our classified folks as well, number 1. And then number 2, we thought it was important for our workforce to focus on enhancements or supplements for coaches and teachers who are doing extracurricular volunteering. And I've raised this issue before. Right now, a basketball coach at one school may forfeit half their games, and then their season is over when the season's over. Another coach may train twice as much as as another coach, make regional playoffs and make a run to state, and they're coaching for 2 or 3 more months, and they don't get anything, they don't get a supplement for that. Similarly, we have teachers who are doing Odyssey of the Mind, Science Olympiad, theater, chess club, et cetera, and they go on to state, regional competitions, and they don't get a supplement either. So we thought there should be, part of our pay plan should be recognizing those extra efforts, because we want our teachers to be doing those types of things. And I know from Ms. Ball Oliver that they've been looking at that and studying that, so we thought that was an important component of Premier Workforce Development. Goal 5, resource stewardship and fiscal responsibility. This kind of goes along with some of the things that were said yesterday and in our earlier meeting about East Blost, but to summarize, we put imaginative long-term thinking about East Blost. Not just finishing out E3, but E4 as well. We think that's really important. We also said that we should explore transportation, whether we reimagine it or look at efficiencies. There's 2 schools of thoughts on a pandemic. One is you don't do anything, you don't do any drastic changes during a pandemic. The other is you capitalize on a pandemic or on a crisis. People have different mindsets and are much more willing to think critically and hard. We should capitalize on opportunities to reimagine how we do things. Transportation is one of them. And then my favorite topic that I think got some traction yesterday, enhance our maintenance budget. Vanessa, you gonna give me $20 for that? Okay.
Thank you. That's group 3. Thank you very much. Now, group 4, the next classroom. Group 4.
Okay. This on? Yet? We're good? All right. So for goal 1, I'm not going to go, we all know what each goal is, but for goal 1, our main things we're worried about the student learning loss, student growth, delivery model, e-learning, and digital resources. But we feel like the student learning loss and the student growth also has to do with student attendance as well. They're all kind of intertwined. So we want to figure out a way to be able to really look at those and find a matrix to figure out where we are as a district. Goal 2, support services was a big part of it, as well as student and staff well-being. Having mentors, whether the teacher mentors, kind of being a cheerleader, helping them out, letting them know where those resources are for them. Health, safety, sanitation reports, that's a big one. So we not only do we as the board members, but also the community will know where we are with the safety of the school, sanitation, and what we're actually doing. Goal 3, this was a big one because as we know, if in a vacuum of information, there's lots of assumptions. We all see it on Facebook, Twitter, everywhere on social media, phone calls, emails. Communication engagement, that's our biggest thing is frequency and consistency. We do like the fact there's the Friday free talks. We're also looking at, we would also talked about having other departments, having academic affairs do one once a week, and then having operations do one once a week, and kind of rotate the people who do it, do videos about the bus ride experience, the e-learning process, meal delivery, going into finance, operations, and nutrition. That way, the public can kind of see what we're doing in each individual department. One idea that we had also was follow a student in face-to-face and virtual from the time, basically, once they've gotten ready, going to the bus, going to school, coming home, and also in the virtual realm. Goal 4, we talked about the compensation plan, and really doing, because of what the public now is looking at, kind of talking about the teachers and then not being at work, looking at it as return to learning equals also return to work. And knowing in January, that's a big part of it. And looking at how we can look at the custodians and the bus drivers and all those support staff members, how can we get better compensation for them? And so we can have a good focus on them and not just the teachers. Goal 5, all of East Plus, because we have some money in the unallocated funds from East Plus 1, 2, we're still in 3, and looking at how we can envision E4, meal delivery and the distribution of it, and FY 2022, the budget process to start earlier, possibly bringing back the budget committee so we can get that community buy-in, especially since everybody is looking at us under a microscope of how we're spending not just the CARES Fund, the CARES Act money, but also our funds as a whole. And that is it.
All right, Mr. Johnson, thank you. And the last group, Group 5. We have Dr. Cave presenting. If you can use a microphone, please, so we can record this.
Okay. Hello? Is it on? Okay. So in our group, we worked very diligently to come up with some things that we could do right away, some short-term objectives. We had a robust discussion as well. So in Goal 1, we thought about incentivizing student engagement with an emphasis on deep learning, to focus on attendance as well as learning loss, to strategically address the cheating that is often going on now that we're in the age of COVID, and the lack of attendance of our students. So thinking about a way to incentivize them through our learning management system that we already have, through a badge system that's already there, to see whether or not that would allow our children to have more engagement and family engagement as well through that system that we already invest in. Then Goal 2 was about learning environment. So we know that the plan is for our children to begin to return, our teachers to begin to return. So making sure that all of those kiosks, that the kiosks that allow us to be able to do the screening safely, very quickly, to follow all those protocols, to make sure that those are in place in all of the schools when we return. I know that there are pilots going on out there, but making sure that they're all in place in all of the schools. And then we had a deep conversation about maximizing outdoor learning in a safe environment so that we're able to make sure that we use all of the available space and to make sure that the children are safe and staff is safe when everyone returns. Then looking at Goal 3, the whole stakeholder engagement idea was about how can we get our community more involved in what we do, and how can we engage the community to be a more active part in our school system. So, and being able to recognize our schools for their creativity and being able to come up with an alternative community engagement type of plan while we are maintaining social distancing, to make sure that, that we recognize those schools that go above and beyond to bring more community partners in and bring more of the families in, and to be able to do some of those kind of drive-in events and have our parents come up for the drive-in events so that all of the parents have the opportunity to be engaged. If I'm missing anything, team, I want everybody to speak up as well. Then Goal 4, looking at a compensation plan for those critical employees, such as our custodial staff and our least independent learners staff, because of the fact that they already go above and beyond, and you have to have a passion for that kind of job, and to make sure that we compensate them, not just giving them a stipend, but actually looking at their compensation and changing the way that they are paid, so that we recognize them for the value added to our community of schools. And then milestone recognition for staff, making sure that we are able to recruit and retain our staff, and making sure that we have 5-year milestones, maybe 10-year, 15, 20, 25-year milestones, so that we recognize them for their commitment and their dedication to being a part of SCCPSS, and they know that we appreciate what they do every day. And then seeing if we can find a community partner that will allow some teacher forgiveness of loans there for working in those high poverty schools, incentivizing them that way to make sure that, that we're helping them to work in those areas of challenge. And then Goal 5, revisit our staffing plan for all of our schools, looking at having a foundational base for what every school gets. If a school gets a principal, an AP, an academic coach, whatever, an IS, a secretary, then deciding to look at our staffing allocation based upon type of school, based upon the need of the school, to make sure that we realize that one size does not fit all. Okay, does that sound like it from the group? Okay, and I'll put this on the chart.
All right, goal 5. Thank you very much. Give yourselves a hand for participating in this important project in creating our one-year tactical navigation plan. One of the things I would like for you to do is to write your name on the plan if you wrote on the one sheet, or if you have the Post-it notes that you have, if you can put your name, so like that when we look and try to interpret that information, that we know who to contact if we need to contact them. Okay? Yes, Ms. Hall.
I just want to say how wonderful it was to get a chance to interact with staff. We don't usually get a chance to do that, and it was very nice to be able to do that.
Yes, yes, it was. It was great interacting with staff and with board members. With that,
What did you say, Tanya?
I said, and also, is it on? And also, our attorneys, because we had a talker, he's a talker. But we enjoyed his input.
all right, with that said, yes.
Just a quick comment
Yes.
about the summer school.
Yes.
Junior University is a phenomenal asset, and my kids have gone through Junior University every year, and I love that model for summer learning, because it's learning, but it's fun.
Excellent. So Junior University, good model to follow. With that stated, we're going to segue into our next agenda topic, which is the Way Forward Strategic Plan 2025. And I am excited to be here to talk about this transition. Great work has been accomplished under the Passport to Excellence theme, with school year 2020 being the final year. Unfortunately, due to the pandemic, many of our projects and initiatives were disrupted. As we settle now into our new environment, we look forward to relaunching the work on the new 5-year strategic plan. The following are the topics that I will be briefly covering. This is a visual of the process that was done for the Passport to Excellence 5-year strategic plan, known as DAS REMI. It was a very extensive process. We had group meetings covering from board retreats, staff meetings, and community meetings. It was a year-long process with a total of 54 group meetings. A major component included the strategic planning process was the Georgia Flexibility Option, which provided 3 choices for school districts across Georgia to choose from. One was charter system, the second was IE2, which is known as SWIS now, and status quo. We became a SWIS district on July 1, 2016, and the performance accountability period in our contract runs from July 2016 to June 2021. We are now in our 5th and final year of the state SWIS contract agreement. We are taking a new approach for developing our 5-year strategic plan. We have partnered with GSBA and GLSI to assist us with the planning and engagement process. They will facilitate the meetings, analyze the information, report the outcomes, and train the district's leadership team on creating effective objectives and measures. The entire planning process will take 6 months. This provides a complete picture of all the events and activities that need to occur for the successful launching of the Way Forward 2025. The strategic framework consists of 4 phases. In the pre-planning phase that you see there, we do have a GSBA GLSI contract in place. That was tabled until we can launch it again, but that's already been done. We've started identifying focus groups. The focus group meetings we are looking to create is an external and an internal focus group meetings we're planning to do. The duration for each of the meetings are no longer than 2 hours each. With the planning team composition consists of a diverse group between district and community members. There'll be 50% district and 50% community. For the district side, the team will include central leadership, board members, principals, teachers, and students. For the community side, the teams will include businesses, parents, organizations, agencies, faith-based students, and student council. Duration of the meetings is 1.5 days. The action team, the composition of this group will consist of district senior leadership. The duration of the meetings is 1.5 days or more as required. Collecting data for the meetings, you see down below, this will provide everyone that participates in the needs assessment phase a common set of points to work from. So a briefing book will be created to provide that. In the needs assessment phase, in addition to the 2 groups that I've spoken of, an online community survey will also be scheduled. Once the data is collected, it is provided to GLSSI for analysis and reporting. In the VMOSA phase, VMOSA is vision, mission, objectives, strategies, and action items. The planning team will receive all the reports and based on them may recommend updates to the existing vision, mission, guiding principles, and priority goals. The outcome for this group will then be presented to the action team. The action team is tasked with reviewing the work from the planning team, and they make adjustments as needed. This team will also work on key objectives, measures, strategies, and ownership. Finally will be the convergence of plans. Multiple plans will be reviewed, including the Advanced Ed Work, Georgia Vision Project, CTAE, the CLIP, the Consolidated Local Improvement Plan, the SWIS, the Strategic Waiver School System Plan, and CGIC, which is the Coastal Georgia Indicators Coalition. During the implementation phase, multiple documents will be created. You will have the board document, which will consist of the Strategic Plan 2025. You will have the administrative document, which will be REMI 2025. And then you'll have a strategic roadmap, which is a visual representation of the 5-year plan. The communications plan will be developed to ensure the community knows about the strategic plan and the direction of the district. And then finally, the continuous improvement process that will be in place. These will set the board's reporting structure, presentations, and then the yearly review of the strategic plan for adjustments as needed. We have a rough timeline on events and activities that starts this January. As you can see, we'll start the pre-planning meeting and communications in January. In February, GSBA will meet with the superintendent's cabinet. In the March time period, GSBA will meet with the board. The focus group meetings would occur and the survey will launch. In May, the planning team will convene to work on the vision, mission, guiding principles, and priority goals. In June, we have the action team meeting. They'll work on the objectives, strategies, and action plan. In July, we plan to have the board presentation for discussion. And then in August would be the presentation of the strategic Way Forward 2025 presentation for board adoption. This is a 6-month comprehensive plan that will involve online and face-to-face meetings. It is an intensive but important process, and we look forward to completing it. At this time, I conclude my presentation. I believe not.
sorry?
We have the information, and I will review it.
Oh, okay. Would you be prepared to do that now? Okay.
So if there are no further questions on the plan that we have in
We'll
place?
have time for questions after the superintendent talks about the compensation plan. And the purpose of that is we will have flip charts, a flip chart going sort of in a parking lot kind of concept. If there are major things about strategic planning that you want to make certain we are looking at, then this would be a time. You already know most of where we're going with things, but we just need to know where emphasis should be placed, so.
And there's also index cards on your table, some big, some small. So if you've got ideas or thoughts about the strategic plan that you would like to that you can
Do you have cards? I don't have cards.
cards at the table. If you need some,
Let's give our attention to the superintendent, please.
Good morning. I'm going to try to pinch it from Mr. Ray, and so I'm going to be depending on the cabinet members to assist. We thought it was really important that we review the history associated with the compensation plan because not all of you are intimately familiar or perhaps lived through this creation of this plan. So for some, it'll be a reminder. For some, it is completely new information. In 2016, the compensation plan was truly developed after some extensive work to address the existing inequities and percentages between the steps and grades on all pay scales. And you've heard some references this morning about the 5-to-1 dilemma that we continue to face that was created decades ago. And that is what we continue to struggle with. I believe it might have been in this very room that we had a meeting with the board, one of the retreats, where we looked at our standing and started discussing how we were going to manage those pay differences and the scale differences. For our classified employees, which you heard referenced several times this morning, we count 5 years experience for every one step. So Mrs. Hall gave the very clear example, a person coming into the system on the classified side have 10 years of experience, but you only really get credit for 2 years, which is really not an incentive for coming to work in the district. And while I talk a lot about, I think we have a fantastic benefits package, it does not serve as a good recruiting tool when you're only giving people this kind of credit for their experience. Inequities also exist on the administrative pay scale, and I'm going to take the point of personal privilege and talk about the fact that people have lots to say about administrative salaries, but when you compare them to districts this size, it really is not comparable. The teacher scale has had some infusion since 2016, so that we're in a better position than we were perhaps the last time we had a board retreat looking at this, at our teacher scales as well. So when we looked at the pay plan that we created, we had several objectives, and I think we've been making some progress in some of those, but then you'll see with 5-to-1, we clearly have not even started that. But there are several reasons that we haven't done that, and we'll review them in just a moment. We were able to complete objective number 4, which was to restore the missed or the frozen steps for all the impacted staff, and much of that happened around the time that we had the economic downturn. I was not in the district at that time, but certainly we had years where staff just did not get their steps, and we were able to go back and restore them, and we were really happy to be able to do that, and those veteran employees who missed their steps were appreciative of that. We continue to work on Objective 3, which is to look at equitable pay and step increases for all staff. Even when it has been difficult for us, we have been able to do that with the board's support. We have provided incentive pay for the critical content areas. Math and science continue to be a problem, and we have been able to offer some incentive pay or additional stipends, some of that sometimes coming through grants, some of that coming through general fund. And then, of course, we have been able to make some progress with the local supplement gap for teachers, moving between 3 and 11% in 2016. So that first year out, we really did very well in terms of trying to identify and address the concerns that continue to plague us at this point. So here are some barriers that we looked at and continue to talk about, and we've also, I think, done a wonderful job in terms of helping our teachers and other employees sometimes understand those barriers. I think most importantly, in 2016, state health cost increased, and you'll see that's more than $2.6 million. 2017, state health, of course, increased for our classified employees, $1.762 million. And then 17, also in July, we experienced that wonderful pay increase for our teacher scale, which we definitely wanted to have happen. It went up by 2%. And then we also had a TRS increase during that year. And if you look at what's happening with TRS, which is really has been deemed one of the best in the country, there is still uneven payment by the participating institutions. So school districts have borne a considerable burden when it comes to the TRS contributions. However, that is not equal across the state, and we have seen some legislative work to try to get that evened out. The university system has not always contributed its part, but certainly will continue to advocate for changes there. In 2018, state health increased on classified employees again, $1.7 million. And in 2018, TRS increased by 4.1%, almost $10 million in additional cost. And then in 2019, we, of course, had the $3,000 increase for all certified staff, ranging from 5 to 9%, actually. Here's the kicker. What the state paid for was considerably less. For a district like ours, where we hire a lot of people based on our needs from our general fund, we did not get state dollars for that. So that, and also there was a decision by the board, by this board, that we give the teachers the entire $3,000, which meant that we ate the rest of those costs for the state-funded teachers. For the other teachers that we hire locally, we had the entire cost. So it was a tremendous challenge for us to keep with our compensation plan as it was originally designed based on all of these factors. But we continued to try to do our very best in terms of our employees and keeping them with us. Our biggest challenge continues to be in the classified area, so I want to make sure that we share these examples with you so that you have a very clear understanding. I think some of us have had more conversation about it than others. Certainly, it is a recurring topic in our cabinet meetings. We've been having these discussions for years. I've been here 7 years. I don't remember 1 year that we have not had a conversation about classified pay. And we are still trying to determine each year how we can get over this hump of trying to get this rectified so that we can move forward. Objective 5 in the 5-year workforce compensation plan, effective July 2018, the district would move from hiring staff from 5 to 1, which is where we currently are, to 2 to 1. That was our plan. We've not been able to accomplish this, although it does remain a high priority. And we did talk about we wanted to go from 5 to 1 to 1 to 1. So when we saw we couldn't go from 5 to 1 to 1 to 1, we said, okay, we can go at least from 5 to 1 to 2 to 1. That would really help us. Here's an example with bus drivers. And when we brought our bus drivers in, we really did that because we had such a volatile time with the relationships and the contracts with the bus companies. And I think you learned, those who are veteran board members learned, that there really only are 2 or 3 major bus companies that serve school districts in the United States. So, you look at it now and you see the same companies. MV, what's the other one? First Student. So for many, many years, for decades, we had our own transportation department. I think it was a really good idea for us to bring them back in. And although it may have cost us a lot on the front end, I think we're very, very fortunate now. And I think those employees recognize, if they do any reading at all, they recognize that they're very fortunate because those companies have essentially laid off those persons who are working with them as contract employees. So here's an example again. A bus driver with 10 years experience, and this is a group where Mrs. Kegler and I talk about it a lot. In a district that really transports more than 20,000 students every day under normal circumstances, the bus drivers decide they're not coming in. It's a problem. Your whole system, our whole system depends on that transportation. A bus driver with 10 years experience, 4 in public sector and 6 in private sector. We would take that 5 years, that 10 years, and really divide it by 5. And that bus driver would end up, and I still have a question about that, so I need to ask Ramon about this. That bus driver would end up at grade 8, step 3, making $16.25 an hour. Liberty County Schools would count 4 of those years 1 for 1, and 6 of those years 2 for 1. And that bus driver would place at step 7 at $18.57. So they can drive 45 minutes more and make $18.57 with the same level of experience coming in. Liberty County would count 10 years 1 for 1 if the driver had all the years in public schools. That placement on step 10 would grant that driver a pay rate of $20.32. And I would have to say that most of our drivers have been working in public schools the entire time. So they go to Liberty County, they're going to get 1-to-1 simply because they have worked in public schools. And most of our drivers, it would be really a nice experiment for us to calculate what they would be making if they were down in Liberty County. Again, only 45 minutes away. We have worked to continue to calculate what it would cost for us to change our classified hourly employee rate. If we go from 5-to-1 to 2-to-1 and add 3 steps on it to kind of even it out, it would cost us $8.5 million. And that's as of fiscal year 21. And we think about incentivizing, if we incentivize, I think Dr. Hoskins Brown said she'd like to see us invest in the compensation plan, as we've discussed in cabinet repeatedly. If we're going to do anything, then this is where we need to invest. If you're going to ask that we look at the fund balance, which of course I know every member of cabinet and me would be like, the fund balance. If I'm going to make any dips in the fund balance, it would be right here, because this is where we really need to invest, and especially at a time when we say we want children to have access to transportation. If they decide today not to come, then we are not going to be able to transport children. So it's really important for us to pay attention to that. Certified staff, one of the things that's really important is certified staff. That's where the rubber meets the road in most instances. That's definitely looking at our teacher salary. And we've made some changes here that I think are really, really important. We are the 10th largest school district in Georgia with enrollment loss still, because all the other districts have experienced the same kind of loss as we have, those who are in our comparable group. Our starting pay for new teachers has remained steady, ranking at number 12, and I think for those of you who were here for that previous conversation about where our teachers were, we wanted to get to number 10. That's where we are in the state, and that's where we'd like to be, but we are still ranking at number 12. We were lower than that previously. Teachers with a T5, means a master's degree with 10 years experience, moved from the 20th rank in the state to the 21st position for fiscal year 21. And that's not something we want. It's generally about 10, 11, 12, 13 in there that we are much more competitive, and so we have dropped a little bit here. Teachers with a T6, that means an education specialist degree, beyond the master's, at 20 years experience, moved from the 19th rank in the state to the 20th. So again, while we've made tremendous progress, I wish I had the previous presentation here for you to compare, to see kind of where we've been. We definitely have improved in this area. Our teacher pay overall has increased at all levels due to the workforce compensation plan, and remaining steady for fiscal year 2021, but as you can see, we would still like to be able to see some improvement there. The district moved to 20th rank from the 27th rank position overall. So we're 10th in the state, we're 20th when it comes to rank overall, and that certainly is better than it was since we were in the 27th position. This is a comparison of the districts that are about our size, though many of them are in the Atlanta area. Remember, we are number 10 in the state in terms of enrollment. And again, you can see from here, and I'll give you an opportunity to study this. I do think you have a personal copy of the chart, and Ramon would definitely be better at explaining this than I am. But you can see where we are in terms of the state rank. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yes.
We also typically look at neighboring counties. We have that data as well.
I don't know if we have the neighboring counties. I guess it is here.
Yes. I knew that.
And guess what? So did I. But I had to click it in order to know it. Thank you for the humor break. It's been so tense. I like it when we can just enjoy life. As you can see, here is Chatham in the green, and here are the other counties around us. I also want to make a point, too, that I don't think we do this well enough, and I've said this repeatedly, and I'll continue to say it. We have an awesome benefits package, and I think at one point or another, we definitely need to share that with everyone. You know, when we're out in a community and we're talking to people, one of the things that, people say is, oh, I don't want to work in the city and I don't want to do this. But I'm going to tell you something. Some of the people in the surrounding counties, they get it. When it's time for them to retire, they come to the district. Number one, we pay Social Security. That's not happening. We're one of the few districts in the state that does that. So if people have any quarters that they're trying to get, guess where they come to get them? They come here. Ramon can tell you, every year we have that experience where people have spent most of their time in some other district. Good morning. Some of the time in some other district, and then they will come to Chatham to round out the last quarter so that they will be eligible for Social Security. We're going to stop right here and say good morning to Dr. Marrero, who is the president of Georgia Southern University and has afforded us the opportunity to meet on the campus. Good morning. Come on and say hello.
Yeah, I do. Thank you. Good to see you,
Good to
Ann.
see you.
I know.
Except we're
Virtual
not on the-
hugs. I know.
Except we're always on a screen, so now we get to see each other in person. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you all for being here this morning, and welcome to the Armstrong campus, Georgia Southern University. It is a time for all of us that has been challenging. It's caused us to innovate, to really look at what our mission is, what our focus is, what's the most important thing that we do every single day. And I know with Ann and I, we both believe in the transformational power of education and the opportunity it brings to elevate certainly our communities and society in general. And so for us, the work that we do and that you do, and I want to thank you for that, your commitment to education here in Chatham County, it's critical. I think times particularly, you know, as I tell people and give them updates of where we are, sometimes I feel like I'm running a health center or a nursing home more than I am actually an educational entity. But we've certainly learned a lot through this process. And congratulations for the way you all have planned and worked forward through this and found a way to deliver education, the curriculum, in many innovative and flexible ways, and to work through this process that protects the safety of our citizens, of our students, our teachers. And it isn't easy. We're learning a lot. And what I ask you is the same that I've asked all of my faculty, my staff, our students, 27,000 students on 3 campuses and 3,350 employees, is to remember why we do this, what our mission and our values are, and that we lead through and from our values to the outcomes of which we desire and we've stated. And I know you all are doing that, and so thank you for that partnership. Georgia Southern, we're proud of what we're doing together in our Education Collaborative, and it's an exciting time for us as we look to the areas, particularly within our 4 developmental themes that we focus on, and this is Savannah-Chatham County Public School System, Georgia Southern, it is Savannah Tech and Savannah State, and with our Development Authority, CETA representation, and then also the Chamber representation. And we look holistically in a global goal of employed, enrolled, or enlisted, that every 18-year-old in our community, through active engagement, through a single schoolhouse approach to educational attainment and talent development, that we lift up a citizenry that every 18-year-old is either employed, gainfully employed, with 2 or 3 welding certificates, with HVAC mechanic, whatever they want to do in their life, but ready to engage at a high level of employment and career trajectory, or enlisted, not as a backup plan, but as an active choice within a career as they move forward, or enrolled. And enrolled is interesting because it can be a concept of we can all aspire that we want a 4-year degree, but if you can't pass freshman English composition and college algebra, you aren't going to make it real far, and you're going to spend money, and you're going to be in debt and not have completed something. So for us, it's working together that, as opposed to waiting to junior or senior year in high school, working together and what that means. And so I'm so proud of the 4 developmental themes that we've identified in that. And first and foremost is early learning. You all have been incredible in that, and thank you. Moving into a community that values that, and for Ann's efforts and your efforts in your early learning commitments within your learning centers is critical. We want to partner with that in every way, leverage that to see the next 2 come out of the ground. We're going to do everything we can as a collaborative to press that forward and be partners wherever we can. And then foundations, which really take on when you get into that 3rd grade reading level up to 6th, 7th grade math literacy. And then explorations, that 8th grade into 9th grade, where you really start to identify career paths. It's a requirement in the state of Georgia that every 8th grader selects 3 possible career paths. Well, we're going to help then as a collaborative make sure that those become active, whether it's dual enrollment, whether it's internships, whether it's ways we work in the community, that those choices can be defined in a pathway so then at 18 years old they are successful in what we call independence. So be thinking of those 4 developmental themes and how we can help you as an institution in Georgia Southern with 27,000 students, 3,300 employees, and a college of education that wants to partner with you in the success of educational attainment in this region. So there's my pitch for the day. She knows I can't go anywhere without having an opportunity to really put forward what our agenda is together. and I know together we will be stronger. So again, welcome, thank you, and thank you for all you do. So excited about the Discovery Center, what we're going to be doing with junior achievement, and if you get a chance to go over there today, Robert, are they going to be able to go over and see it? Awesome. We're excited about that. If all goes well, we could be as soon as September of this next fall of 2021, opening with 15,000 middle school students coming onto the campus for financial literacy, entrepreneurship, leadership, and so that's a critical path for all of us. So God bless you all, and thank you, and thank you for being here.
Thank you for your partnership. Appreciate it.
As the president gets ready to leave us, I really appreciate, I wanted to have the opportunity to say thank you to him because we would not be here this morning had it not been for his help. And and Kendall, we've already heard.
That's right.
We know where the real power is. I know where the real power lies. But the other thing is he mentioned the Junior Achievement Discovery Center. Some of you had an opportunity a few years ago perhaps to go to Atlanta during GSBA or one of those times in Atlanta and see that Discovery Center. The dream of many of us south of Atlanta has been a Discovery Center here in this community. Honestly, it would probably never have happened had it not been for Kyle Morrell. When he heard about the need, he offered a building on this campus. It is indeed will mean that 15,000 middle school kids come onto this campus every year. I know what his real motive is getting them here. But that's all right, because what it means is we will all, along the coastal area, be able to serve our students even better. We thank you for that. Rob's going to make his presentation during our lunch, but thank you so much for what you mean to us.
All right. Thank you so much again, Dr. Morrell. We really appreciate your partnership. Thank you, Kendra, for always being there for us, being willing to help us. So we'll move pretty quickly here. You'll see our comparison size districts: Bibb, Henry County, Muskogee, Richmond, Forsyth, Cherokee, Chatham, Paulding, and Houston counties. So you'll see how we compare there. We are in the deep purple, if you can see that. And then, of course, with the metro districts, DeKalb, Atlanta, Fulton, Clayton, Cobb, and Gwinnett. And we do have, I think, one of the benefits of the pandemic, and there have been many challenges associated, but also many benefits of it, is we have an opportunity to talk these superintendents on Sunday mornings, so you can tell what we're doing on Sunday, late Sunday mornings. But we have an opportunity to talk about the challenges. I think Mrs. Akins earlier in one of the meetings talked about our challenge with kindergarten. And what we see is a challenge with kindergarten across the United States, because kindergarten in most places is not required. So those parents are choosing, especially if they are not open face-to-face, to keep those young people at home. And even when there is face-to-face, many of the kindergartners are not reporting. So we're all experiencing that challenge. And then, of course, these guys and I talk about one of the legislative goals we have, which is for pandemic relief around hold harmless, because we're all experiencing the loss of enrollment across the United States, but certainly across the state. But you'll see the comparison there. And these are districts that, for the most part, outside of us, have about 45,000, or average 45,000 students at least. We are working with Georgia Southern and our regular other universities to looking at growing our own. You'll note that we have our own teacher licensure program through Georgia TAP, which we've done a great job of getting that done. That was a 2 or 3 year process, Kay. But we are now training our own people so they don't have to go outside of the city to participate in the teacher alternative preparation program. We run our own. And we have our cohort partnerships with Georgia Southern University. They have adopted some of our schools and work with them. And we also, as you remember, have the residency program, which is one of the few in the nation. So we are excited about that. Of course, many of you are familiar with our Teacher Leader Innovation Academy. Those are our rockstar teachers who do not wish to move into administration, but certainly have a leadership role in their building. Assistant Principal Innovation Academy, Principal Innovation Academy. And what is really exciting for us, and it's not noted here, we have our own custodial university. It's not shown here, but we have our own custodial university because we felt it was necessary for us to have a structured training program, but also a program where we can continue to grow our own and have people move up the ladder. We have our SSO to SRO training. You'll remember as a part of the safety effort, we ended up contracting and getting people in who were not necessarily already certified, so we've been able to do that as well, and that's been really helpful. So they come in working with us as an SSO, a school security officer, and they go through the training at the training center in Forsyth, and then they come back and they're certified, and that has allowed us to also be a certified police department, have a certified police department. And then, of course, our bus driver internal training. So we are really making sure that when people come into the district, they don't have to go outside the district to move up, that we're trying to make sure that we provide that kind of training. And all that's really done in partnership across departments and also with very few outside vendors. So here is where, we'd like to be by 2026, and certainly that will take all of us working together, all of us being aware of where we are currently and where we want to go and how we get there, especially in a period of shrinking revenues and more challenges. I talk to Mr. Jackson all the time and say to him, if you think this year is bad, we can look for 2022 to not be good. I don't care what people say. We can see with the rolling challenges we have with the pandemic that we're going to suffer some in terms of state revenues. So I think we saw that last year during the legislative session. I think we can prepare ourselves for some other challenges this year. We want to complete those objectives I pointed out earlier from the 2016 workforce plan. We want to achieve that status of 8th for our teachers. We're at 12th now. We want to get to 8th, or at least get in the top 10% for the other positions compared to the other school districts in Georgia. We want to expand our promotion pay options and definitely recognize degrees and industry certification for our other occupations or other job classifications outside of teaching. So we have some of that happening now, particularly in school nutrition. We've been able to get there with them, but we'd like to see that happen across the board with other certifications. We think that's really important. Much like Dr. Cave pointed out about the badges that our students, we want our students to learn and earn. Our teachers, we'd like for them to still have that opportunity available to them. But we'd also like to make sure that we have some opportunities for people in other job categories to be able to earn credits and earn opportunities that allow them to move up and move across in our organization. So did I do okay? All right. I think I know this stuff. Ramon always knows it better than I do, but I think.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, not a question, but kind of a statement. I agree with you 100%.
Talk to the mic. You got it.
I agree with you 100% that our retirement program and all is outstanding, but it's outstanding for our certified staff. It's not outstanding for our classified. I just got a call the other day, for instance, our head custodians are part of the TRS program, but the persons right beneath them, the next level of custodians, they're not. And yet, if a head custodian is out, that person is expected to fulfill all of the duties and responsibilities of that head custodian, and yet they're not allowed to be a part of TRS. I thought that was something that Georgia mandated. It's not. That's something that we internally, as a district, have decided. So I think that's something that we need to look at. And the other thing is, we have lots of paras who have college degrees. We're gaining the benefit of their knowledge and expertise, but we're not paying them any differently than we do a para who comes right out of high school. So those kinds of things that, you know, don't readily come to mind, I think we need to really take a look at.
Thank you. And I do want to make a point that my last statement about groups other than teachers and administrators, we need to review those. All those things cost money. And I want to remind you of that too. Moving people from one retirement system to another, it costs money. So we have to decide as a decision-making team where we're going to put that. Where's that emphasis going to go, and how are we going to make it happen? Every year, for the last 3 years, when it comes to compensation, I can say, we've had a plan and it's been derailed. Not of our own making. First, you had this, we need to get, you know, a security officer at every wing and every room. That was the focus. Then you didn't have the money to do the compensation plan the way we wanted it. Then the governor decides he's going to give $3,000 to every teacher. We get some of that money, but the decision was made, which I support that decision. We're going to give them the full $3,000. So now what you're doing is you're giving them $3,000, but now you're also paying almost $1,000 that you could have put someplace else. So I think sometimes when we're making those decisions, we're making the decisions to keep and retain and recruit the best staff. But the bottom line is, it still takes money to do it. So I think we'll have to focus on what's the priority and how do we get it done. For us, we want to make sure that we increase our teacher pay so we can get to where we need to get to. But our most critical needs are in our classified ranks. Our most critical needs are there. And you know, we need to figure out how we're going to get there. If we do that, then it means we can't do something else. And you know, Mr. Catchmark talks all the time about the stipends. In terms of stipends, we're like in the 20s, 1920s. That's where we are. We just adjusted the sports stipends, and that's not even the way it needs to be. We made adjustments to that, and it was in place since 1999. Literally. So we need a good approach and a focus on that. And that means everything else will kind of have to go to the side if we're going to make that kind of adjustment. Mr. Johnson.
Raise your hand so they can see. No, tell the people.
He's working on it.
Can we get the difference between the 2-to-1 versus a 1-to-1 pay for the classified staff to see what kind of money we're talking about going from a 2-to-1 or a 1-to-1?
Sure.
I think that would be good to know as board members, so we know kind of maybe why y'all have said, you know, we're looking at a 2-to-1 instead of a 1-to-1 when it comes to budgetary.
Sure, we'll be happy to provide 1-to-1. We provided 2-to-1, which was $8+ million, but we'll be happy to get the 1-to-1 cost.
Okay, and just out of curiosity, do you have any idea what it might, I don't know, you probably don't, but if we could figure out how much it would cost cost the district if we would get the certified staff, those levels, to be at the highest or a little bit above the highest between the surrounding districts for pay?
I mean, we can look at it. I think I understand your question.
Just to see how much it would cost the district to get all levels of salary for the certified staff at least at the highest pay rate, equal to whatever county is at each one of those levels.
Okay. Yeah, we'll be happy to do that.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Right here, Paul.
Testing.
Howard Hall.
Okay. I'd just like to add on to grow our own, because at Tompkins High School, we had a child care center. Miss Dowse was the instructor. We had an entire building, and I was part of that program. It was a program for pre-K students, which we would categorize them as now. And I do know at Woodville Tompkins, we have pre-K there, and we have also the pre-K program at Groves High School, and at one time Savannah High School. So that's another good way to grow our own, by having training those high school students that may be interested in, becoming a teacher. So that's another grow our own, plan, incentive, or shall I say,
Right.
strategy. As I said, I myself am part of that.
And thank you for reminding me, it's not listed here, but we do have our own pre-K programs in the schools, and the young people are part of that. So we do need to include that, since that is a part of our own Grow Your Own. Ms.
Yes,
Hall?
I just want, I could not find my paperwork last night from when we discussed the hub transportation system, but I would like us to remember that we are one of probably, people laugh at us that we literally transport our children from house to school, no matter where they are. And if you heard Mr. Ulrich on Wednesday, he was talking about a child who comes from Pooler to Tybee. We have to look at that hub program, and Ms. Kagler, if you could remind us later what the savings would be if we went to a hub transportation system.
I'm sorry, Dr. Hoskins Brown?
Thank you. All of this, to me, hinges on finding $8.5 million. And I am interested in moving into modernity in terms of our pay structure and being competitive. So what I really want to know is, and I don't expect that we have this answer right now, I want to know where we can get $8.5 million from over the next 5 years. Like, what can we move from general funds that can sit in East Plus that will make money available, or where can we make shifts, whether it's a hub system or not? I would like to see a financial roadmap from where we are to getting there, and what are the key parts of that roadmap? Is it, I know everybody's gonna be like, oh no, like, is it a millage rate increase? If it is, let's just say that. If it's not a millage rate increase, but it's less, a reduction in capital projects, let's just know that. But let's just identify what that is, or say, we can't get there from here, rather than talking about operationally what it needs to be, but not having the conversation financially about how to get there. And that's not a criticism of the presentation or the discussion that we're having. I appreciate this information, but just as part of the governance team, all this is good. We've had a similar presentation. Where's the money coming from, and what hard decisions do we need to make the money appear?
Thank you very much.
You did a great job.
Well, I just have one.
Go ahead, Ms.
I just
Hines.
have one comment. I am real pleased that we are going to look at our support staff. Having worked in the schools and worked around them all of my life, my work years, and the work that they are charged with to do and the things that they have to do, and with the meager pay that they're receiving, I'm just glad that we're going to take a strong look at that and see what can we do to improve their way of life. Because what I usually say to folk, that when they go in the grocery store, they pay the same price that others pay.
True.
And there's no difference as far as that goes. So I would be happy if we could do something definitely along their line. They've been waiting a long time in line. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. Ms. Grabowski,
Two comments.
he's got you.
Okay. Two comments real quickly. So obviously I'm trying to take all this in, and I appreciate your patience with me. With the staffing, do we have information? I know we do exit interviews. We talked about attrition a little bit earlier. Are there, obviously the pay is critically important, and I fully support getting to where we need to be on pay raise, but are there other strategies that we can look at to try and ensure that we're growing our own and keeping them from leaving? And I'm thinking like of the culture, of other ways that we can try and retain that that strong workforce. And then the second comment, kind of piggybacking on what Dr. Hoskins Brown mentioned, of looking holistically. So I'm an urban planner by profession, and that's one of the things that I really think is so important when we're looking systemically at the school system, whether it's budget, operations, maintenance. This is, I'm trying to think how this relates to the strategic plan. So we're getting ready to go into this process. We're talking about this in a similar time horizon. And I don't know what the categories of that strategic plan are, and that's one of the questions I had. But trying to get to that big picture look of budgeting, I think a way to integrate that into the strategic plan.
Without trying to give you all of those right now, you'll be getting that very shortly. And it really is not unlike what we were talking about evaluating at the earlier session. It's just in a bigger way. But obviously, budget is our driver always. But we will be getting that to you as we begin the process. That takes us nicely, actually, into what I was going to kind of conclude with. It was pointed out that you have the note cards on your desk, on your tables. Please use those note cards, and if there are things that you feel particularly strongly about, compensation, safety, whatever, note that, and if you want to put your name on that, that's fine. Nobody's going to hold you responsible for it. But as we transcribe those, we'll know what your particular sort of pet interest is. I personally, on my card, have already written innovation because I believe that the pandemic has created an opportunity for us to do some things in a very different way. We have been content always to say that we are limited by budget, we're limited by busing, we're limited by whatever. When we turn down the chance, this is a good excuse, a good example, when we turned down the decision of doing a hub system a year ago because we said our parents were not going to stand for it. They didn't want that. If you stop and think about this afternoon as we consider one of the options of putting people back 5 days a week, as many as want to come to their school, then we're going to have to transport them. And that means we're going to have to pile people in buses. That means we're going to have to move people by bus transportation. So as you start to weigh that reasoning as we talk this afternoon, think about what is most concerning to you about your role and your job. I would say also, my group talked about the fact that we really need almost a cheerleader in every school. We would think the principal has that role. We would think the teacher of the year has that role. But for most of us as board members, when we've attended faculty senate and been in small groups, we've watched that even though the teachers of the year should be the most positive teachers we have, perhaps, that if one teacher says something negative, they all jump on the negative and go from there. The people that you as board members hear from and sometimes cultivate are the ones that are most miserable in their spots. If we're going to talk about innovation and talk about doing things in new and exciting ways, the time is ripe. And so this is, whether it's compensation, whatever it might be, this is our time to shine. And right now we've got to rebuild, because March the 15th, the public thought the teachers hung the moon. That is not the case in our community today on November the whatever this is. We've got a chance to turn it around and make it good and not allow ourselves to be used by those that want us negative and pulling the district down. So enough preaching. Two things. We're right at our lunchtime. One announcement I was asked to make by our public safety officers. It appears that some of you were given parking tickets on your cars, something about having copies of the decal instead of whatever the visitors thing instead of the real thing. If you got a ticket, leave it till the end of the day. They will be taking those up, and you won't have to pay, of course, but just leave it on your card till the end of the day. I promise you they're not going to tell you. If they do, Dr. Brinkman is paying all the bills, and he just came in, so I can say that. Secondly, our lunches are served right out in the hall right over here. As quickly as we can get served and start to eat, then without other than just a very brief introduction, Robert Grant is with Junior Achievement. He's going to make a quick presentation to us as we eat, and he will also be available if we want to do the tour after, at the end of our day today. But I thought it was important for you folks to see the plans are extremely exciting, and I just thought it would be important for you to know what's going on with the Junior Achievement Discovery Center. So if you would, before we get our lunch, would you bow your heads and let's return thanks. God of us all, we're so grateful that we live in this great country. We're grateful that as people we have the chance to cast a vote and that every vote is important. We ask God that you help us as we move forward in our time of living to better the lives for our students, our staff, and for our other workers. God, help us to work better with parents. Help us to work better with our students. And help us to work better with each other. Bless this food. Help it to nourish our bodies. Help us always, God, to reach outside of our selfish selves and serve. Amen.
All right, can everybody hear me? Well, I got the fortunate experience for talking to you guys while you're eating lunch, so this is great. Everybody should be happy, your bellies are full, it's been a long day. So this will just be a few minutes. It's kind of a high-level presentation just to give you guys a good example of what we're doing here on this campus. Raise your hand if you've been to a Discovery Center, one of our ones in Atlanta. Excellent. All right, I'm done here. This is great. So Junior Achievement is 100 years old. We've been here in Savannah for 30 years. And the Discovery Center model has been around for about 12 to 15 years, just depending on what state you're in. And so what I'd like to do today is kind of tell you a background story on how we got to here, to being on this campus, give you a quick run through of what one looks like and what the programs are that will be going on there. And this that we're actually looking at here is like a 3D virtual walkthrough of our Discovery Center in Cumming, Georgia, in Forsyth County. And actually, if you look over here on the wall, you can see the different school systems that actually come to this Discovery Center. That's our school system partners. And let's go walk into it, and I'll kind of walk you through it as we're walking around inside it. So this is 25,000 square feet. It's 18 storefronts, and that's exactly what ours is going to look like here in Savannah. You do have a handout on your table. If you don't have one, let me know. I'll get you one. And it's got some other information in there, too, that you can look over as we're walking through. So the students come into this space. This is where they assemble in this area right here. And then this is the simulation space. We actually have, there's a classroom over here. We have a boardroom. And this one is actually attached to a high school. I can't remember the name of the high school. It's like the Advanced High School for Innovation, or it's got a fancy title, but anyway. And this was actually our third one in the state of Georgia. We have one in the World Congress Center. If you guys were going to GSBA this year, that would have been hopefully part of your trip to Atlanta would have been that. But maybe once that gets back, maybe next year, we can get you guys to go tour one. And if you're ever going to Atlanta and you want to go tour one, please let me know. We can definitely get you inside one. The second one was built with SPLOST funds in Gwinnett, attached to the Discovery High School in Gwinnett. And this was our third one. This was actually Mike and Lynn Cottrell up in North Georgia were our benefactors for this one. And then we're actually building another one right now as we speak in Dalton, Georgia, and that'll be our fourth one. That one will actually open up in March, hopefully. It's attached to a K-8 school in Dalton Public Schools. I actually got to go see it 2 weeks ago, walk around. They're putting all the studs up, and it's really coming along great. So that'll be open in March, and that was actually paid for through the Shaw family. Bob Shaw was the one who gave the donation there. So when the students arrive to a Discovery Center, they've actually already had several weeks of work done in a classroom before they actually get here. And the whole basis of this is financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and workforce development. They come once in sixth grade, and that's what we call JA BizTown. So in BizTown, they come for the day, and they are in this simulation space, and they're actually working for one of these businesses that you see here. So for example, we'll say Delta. Delta is one of we have 18 different categories that are budget categories. And so this is a model where students will come in sixth grade. They'll actually be a Delta employee for the day. They will be a CEO, a CFO, a chief marketing officer, and then they will actually have to design a product that's usually given to us from the company. And they'll actually have to spend the day making a business. And so you'll see here, they actually have to go to the town hall, which is over here, and they get a permit. And then they have to go to a bank to get a loan. And then they have to come back and get their business started. And then they have to generate revenue, and they have to look at profit and losses. And of course, while they're doing this, this is all part, we have 18 different volunteers there during the day that'll be helping them out through the simulation. As you can see, we have Publix over here. Publix actually has already agreed to be in our one here, so that's already done. Georgia United Credit Union is another that's already agreed to be here. The one here, I'm kind of skipping around here, but the one here will have a in-market in it already as part of the donation from Colonial Group to make this happen. And there'll be a Georgia Southern storefront as well. So they're here at sixth grade, they're BizTown, and then they have to go eat. So actually Zaxby's employees will be there, and they actually will, the students have debit cards, and they will have to use the money that they've made from their business to go and buy lunch. So it's kind of a brilliant tactic if you think about workforce development piece for Publix and Zaxby's, especially somebody who might hire a 15-year-old to go ahead and get in their head about coming and working for their brand and seeing their brand. And if you look, the stores, we've come so far. Vanessa, I think you would agree here with what we can do as far as the wall wraps, et cetera. Let's see, it's not going. All right, well, we're kind of stuck right here for some reason. I was going to try to take you inside of one, but the wall wraps that are inside of it, the Publix actually looks like a Publix store just because of the way that the walls are wrapped. And I'm guessing this is just my internet connection here. Okay, so that's sixth grade. They've come in. They spent the entire day here. They go back. They come back again in seventh grade, and they do what's called JA Finance Park, and that is where you're doing personal financial literacy. So, for example, I'm going to walk in and I'm going to get a scenario, and it's going to say Robert Grant is a bus driver making $30,000 a year, and there's Dr. Kachmar, who's a surgeon, and he's making $100,000 a year. And so we each have these scenarios, and we have to balance our budget based off of our scenarios. So there's 18 different categories. So obviously, one of your categories is going to be your power. So Georgia Power actually has already agreed to be one of our storefronts here as well. So power bill is one of those things. And it's all about choices. So we'll have a housing partner, and they have to go pick out the housing. And so in Atlanta, they always go and they want to get a mansion or that penthouse suite or something. They want to go crazy with that. And then they get over to Georgia Power and they pay their power bill, and then they go to Verizon store and they pay, they get the most expensive phone and the most expensive plan. And then what always happens is that the students get over to Publix and they have like $5 and they got to feed their family. So it's really teaching a lot about choices that they're making, and it's about balancing a budget, it's about being smart. One of my favorite things is that we actually have a philanthropy store. It's been sponsored by United Way and all of our other locations. We actually had a meeting with our United Way here recently with a lot of interest. So it's a great partnership with other nonprofit. But it shows that either whether I'm a bus driver or Sean's a surgeon, that we can each give money back to your community, and that every dollar makes an impact on what you do back to the community. One of those pieces that I love. But this is interesting too, because now what if I say, well, that's not fair. Sean's making so much more money than I am. Well, guess what? He had to go to college. So college is a big part of, it is not moving forward. Okay. But you can see that's Georgia State University. There's it looks like a dorm room. And that's part of, so Georgia Southern will have a storefront here. And that's part of the plan, is that students, okay, well now I want to advance my degree, what can I do? And that kind of goes back to the genius that Dr. Moreira was talking about. Well, now you have 15,000 students coming to this campus physically to go through this simulation, and that's actually part of the simulation. Is okay. Well, how do I make a lot of money? Okay. Well, I can, I can be employed, I can be enrolled, or I can be enlisted, and that's part of the curriculum that students are going through. So, what's the impact? We're actually hoping that we'll have at least 8 to 10 school systems in the area. We're in the works with that right now. It's kind of a three-pronged approach to what we're doing. We're trying to get the capital, we're having the building, but we also have to get the school systems to agree to come on board. It costs the school systems nothing. That's my job, is to go raise the money to make sure that can happen. And they just have to agree to do the transportation to get the students there. Again, so they come in 6th grade, come in 7th grade. And another interesting facet of this is Georgia Southern students are actually going to be our interns. So paid interns, which we can't really say paid interns, they will receive a stipend to actually come and work in the Discovery Center. So now imagine one of your students that was in the education pathway, who's now here on the Armstrong campus doing as an education pathway major. They can now actually spend time in the Discovery Center as a volunteer, be paid for it, and it's actually ink they can put on their resume, and it's hands-on experience. So it's kind of a win-win, I think, for as far as the Georgia Southern students and the students that'll be here. And of course, we'll also open it up to our business professionals, to come in and spend the day volunteering as well. Publix has been a great volunteer partner. They will likely have plenty of people in there. Another neat thing about the space is it's here on campus. We could have cocktail receptions there in the evenings if the Chatham County Schools wanted to come and have a evening reception there or something. It would be an open partner. Hope that people would use it. We've been in a lot of talks with several of the colleges here on campus, and they're very interested in using classes and using it for the space. So that's a quick run through of what this one looks like. Dr. Buck, how am I doing on time? Okay. And this is what ours will look like. Again, at 2 o'clock today, if you want to go over and view the space, it's on the back side of the campus. It's the old Student Rec Center. It has been cleared out, so when you walk in, don't have high expectations. It's pretty much an empty shell, unless you want to go play basketball or something over there. But this is what it's going to look like. This is our rendering of the area where you will walk in. As you can see, it's got it's kind of made to look like Forsyth Park. So it's the mansion, and there's the band shell. And I kind of think it's going to be really neat for a student from, let's say, Screven County, who's never been to Savannah, who gets to come into this space and experience this feel of what Savannah feels like. I think it'll be a neat experience for a lot of these students, especially more of our rural districts that'll be coming to the space. All right, this is the floor plan, and this is actually in your packet. It'd be helpful if you guys walk over there today. Let's see, can you see my mouse moving? Yeah. So this area back here is actually on the very back side of the campus, and that'll be, there's a parking lot back there and there's actually the perfect space for buses to turn around and do a drop-off. We were kind of concerned at first of where, we didn't want to have a long walk for students because obviously chaperones and teachers are really going to be careful about being on a college campus and not losing anybody. But this gave us the space for it's about maybe 25 feet long, and we'll have an awning out there, and it's a perfect space for the volunteers to park and for the buses to turn around and park. And then, of course, you see we have a boardroom, classroom. That's where we'll do the volunteer training for the day. There's already existing bathrooms on the right side there, so students can come in, go to the bathroom, get cleaned up, and then they all kind of sit in that little grassy area, and then they come in through the moss tunnel, so it's going to look like kind of like Wormslow. Again, working with the wall wraps and everything, it's going to be really neat. And then they'll come into the simulation space, and then of course you can see that the numbers 1 through 18, those are our storefronts. And so our job next is, of course, to fill up these storefronts with local businesses, and that's actually going really, really well. And any questions about the blueprint before I keep going? So they'll spend most of their day in this area here working in the simulation space. And this is just some pictures of where the architect got some of his inspiration from. And it's going, like I say, it's going to look very much like Savannah. As you can see, so this is inside the actual simulation space. So these are the storefronts going around. That's the Lucas Theater in the back. And that's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 storefronts that will be back there. So you can imagine, Publix and in-market, et cetera, across there. And then some more renderings, more storefronts, what it will look like inside that space. And of course the tower from the SCAD Art Museum. And then this one I think kind of looks like a lot like Broughton Street. So this is, like I say, this is the, when you guys go over there to kind of imagine it when you're walking through it, that'll be the space that we're in. I've got more information here, but I know this is supposed to be really short and you guys can enjoy your lunch and have some time to hang out. But I want to say, first of all, when I came on board at Junior Achievement 4 years ago, we've been talking about this. Sean's been on our board for 100 years, and Ann has been on our board for a really long time too. And I know we've been talking about doing this forever. Dr. Levette used to tell the story about her grandson calling after he had actually gone through the one in Atlanta and said, "Grandma, we got to get one of these." And so here we are. This is really neat. So timeline. We still have $1 million to raise, which we're working on right now. So if anybody has their checkbooks here, I'll come around and take those checks right now. We should have that secured before February to start construction in February with an opening date, probably a soft opening by October, November, and really getting going starting January of 22. So that's what we've been working on. We're really excited about this. I think it's going to be a game changer for K-12 financial literacy in our region. And any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Could you go back to the financial setup where the kids are working, I think with the 6th graders? I'd like to know what exactly they're taught in that financial center, because in real life, that's one of the main places that people who are trying to get ahead find a stumbling block. They can't get the finance they need for
Right.
whatever. So what happens in that financial center? Is it just checking your credit and that's all, or is it some deep?
Right. Well, it is 6th and 7th grade, so it is grade level appropriate, but it's mostly about making smart decisions. And if you start out in life making smart decisions, hopefully you won't go down a path that will lead you into financial ruin. And so it's, that 6th grade piece is about it's entrepreneurship and about how to make money. Again, in 7th grade, it's about that personal financial decisions that you can make. We hear a lot of times students say things like, because it's very technology driven, they'll all have iPads as they walk around. There'll be something like, they've gotten married and now they have a kid. And a lot of students will say, like, gosh, I had no idea a kid costs so much. And so it's things like that. It's just these decisions about, making smart, wise, and sound decisions. So because you got to keep it on grade level. It's not, real deep into, predatory lending or anything like that. But
So no talk about student loans and that kind of thing, avoiding all of that.
that actually is built in that 7th grade piece about how can I get to that next level to advance my education. That is part of it. That is. Yes, ma'am.
What are you? It's on. It's on. It's got me. What are you doing for community engagement? Because this is something really wonderful, and every organization in town needs to know about this, need to tour it. Our churches, our sororities, fraternities, every organization, so that, because if the community knows about it, they can actually help engage our students. Because a lot of times they really don't know what's going on, especially parents.
Right.
Don't really know, so if they, can come out and actually see this, so they can, be a part of it, because this is really awesome.
So we've got some things in the works. First of all, I've done several presentations. Like I was able to present to the Coastal Georgia Indicators Coalition a couple of weeks ago, making presentations to the school systems, making presentations to our board, et cetera. Getting some of the word out there on social media. But we will be having a groundbreaking ceremony in February to kind of kick it off with some PR and some more information about it. And then hopefully like a ribbon cutting ceremony again in the fall, again having all the participants coming out. But the neat thing is that the community engagement is wide open because we need volunteers. And so if there's community members, especially your church and your civic organizations that are interested, obviously it's wide open. We're going to need a lot of volunteers to run this, and so it would be great to have those people on board with that.
And I just sat here and thought about this, maybe also with your orientation for 6th graders. Normally they have the orientations at the school. This would be another location so the parents can actually see what's going on with the junior academy.
That's a great idea. We and I know Dr. Marrero is interested in some high school over the summer events. One thing that he really struggles with the students here is that incoming freshmen will go and get a student loan, and they may only need $6,000 to get through the year, but they get approved for 30. So of course an 18-year-old is going to say, yeah, I need 30,000, and then go buy a new car, and so we're hoping to kind of use this as an orientation for high schoolers that are going into college as well. So the possibilities are unlimited, and we really need the space, the simulation space, from 8 in the morning until about 2 p.m. every day to do what we do on a normal basis. But after that, the sky's the limit if there's other people that want to get involved. Yes, sir.
On this time. Another thing that I thought of, just because it's the business that I'm in, have you talked to or reached out to the Board of Realtors here locally? Especially since you're talking about housing, and a lot of people don't understand the cost, not just of being able to purchase a house, but we all talk about affordable housing versus buying versus renting versus also what is the upkeep if you do buy and that sort of thing. Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you?
Yes, actually had a great conversation with them about 2 weeks ago.
Excellent.
I was hoping to be able to present to, I don't know if I have the name right, is it the Realtor Association of Savannah?
Savannah Area Realtors.
There you go. All right, I had it backwards. Had a great conversation. They have a new person that's the governmental.
Yes.
Okay. Had a conversation with him. We were hoping to get me on board to speak in November, but they had somebody else come in, and so I guess I got bumped to December, or maybe something early in the spring. But yeah, we talked about grants. There's a national grant that's available, and we would love to see. It's a great opportunity for a real estate agent, which there's thousands of in the area, but be under that one brand of the the big blue R for the Realtor Association, and to have a space. It would be a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. So we are having a conversation with them. They're trying to figure out some of the logistics on that. By the way, just so you know, we have 3 different size storefronts. There's basically a small, medium, and a large, a standard, a deluxe, and a premier. And what we ask, and this is how we make our operating budget for the year, out of these 18 storefronts, we ask, like Delta pays $30,000 a year for 3 years for the giant one there, whereas Georgia State is $15,000 a year. So it's 15, 22, 5, and 30 for the different size. But we ask for a three-year commitment, and that's what pays for our operating budget through the year.
Well, I see that you have Northside Hospital. Have you reached out to the local hospitals here as well?
Yes. Steve Pound is on our board. We're actively asking right now as far as the hospitals are concerned. And we have something in mind for Memorial as well. You know, really it's kind of like a NASCAR. I keep telling people we could put stuff anywhere. I was talking to Mark Bennett at Gulfstream the other day. I said, we can just put a big Gulfstream right in the middle of it, just flying over the square, right? So, you know, the possibilities are unlimited. It's 25,000 square feet of space, and we've got some great architects that are willing to, you know, help us out. And so make whatever we want to happen. So, yes, ma'am.
So I love that it's actually going to look like Savannah. So I was a little concerned when I saw like the Zaxby's and stuff. But I love that it's going to look like Savannah. And my question might be more for Dr. Levette. Is this something that all middle school students will have access to? Yes. Okay, well that's fabulous. And then is there a kind of an ongoing curriculum that they would participate in before and after, so it's not just the one day?
Right, that gets delivered to the school.
Okay.
I mean, really, in order for this to work, when the students come in, they have to have done the,
Yeah, okay.
I think it's like 15 hours worth of work. But again, it's materials that are delivered to the schools, and usually at the beginning of the school year. So.
Very exciting.
This is about junior achievement for years. This is one of our great partners about having community volunteers come into the district, come into the school, and teach modules on financial literacy and things like this. So there really is a bigger version, I guess, of that, but we've been working on it for a long time.
It's very exciting.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask Dr. Levette also, is this different from Massey, where it's up to the school or the principal if the kids go, or is this mandated as part of the curriculum for every person?
All middle schools, our commitment to this project is that all middle schools will carve out the time to go. So at the beginning of the year, once we are up and running, we will not only carve out the time for the information, so the students get the information in advance, they have an opportunity to study and go through it, then we will schedule them to go to the center. And if you, like Robert said, I was on my way to a Discovery Center where my grandson called me and told me about his experience as I was walking in the door. So they live for this experience, and our expectation is that all the students will have the opportunity to go. And as Robert probably will mention in just a few moments, hopefully we'll be able to, in the summers, think about ways that students can be engaged outside of the school year. Please also be reminded that JA, as Dr. Buck said, has a very strong presence in Savannah. We also have the only 3DE junior achievement high school outside of the state, outside of the center of the state, outside of the Atlanta area. So I know we got, some of the suburbs, but basically on this end, we have the 3DE Academy, which is junior achievement sponsored.
Which high school is that?
Savannah High School.
Oh,
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you so very much. I would like to thank you for your presentation here today. And I must admit, several years ago, to one of GSBA conferences, Sean invited us to the center, and we were just amazed of what we saw and what it was about. And it's a very good thing for younger folk so they can learn how to manage, especially learn how to manage money while they are young. And they also, I'm sure, will be able to get investment knowledge. And instead of investing in the product every time a new one come out, buy a stock and go from there. So this is a great training for our young people, and you're starting at the age wherein they begin to realize what expenses are and having nice things.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, there was some research done that's really when students start to kind of disengage at that 6th and 7th grade level. And this really, I think, helps start driving that end goal. Okay, I'm going to graduate from high school, and now I got to start thinking about what I'm going to do next. And I think it's the perfect time. And by the way, this all fits in with the Georgia Performance Standards or the Standards of Excellence or whatever they're calling it this week. But it's all in alignment with everything that's going to go on in the classroom anyways, traditionally. So it's just kind of beefing that up. So. Any other questions?
Thank you, Robert.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Kendria Lee is actually going to lead the tour. I've got a meeting in Statesboro I've got to get to, but she will be leading the tour.
Spending his time raising money. I do think it's important, if you mentioned it, I don't know that I heard you mention it, that we had it's supposed to be secret, that we had a major gift.
Yeah, there's a $2 million donation from Rob Demery at Colonial Group. It'll be called, yeah. That was a huge win for us. Rob Demery actually personally helped bring Junior Achievement here 30 years ago, and he was a big part of that. He's been our Hall of Fame sponsor for over 20 years. So it was a natural fit. And they're turning 100 this year. I know he's stepping down in January, and his son Christian's going to be taking over. So it was just kind of a great fit. It'll be a lot of great PR around how we do it. But yeah, the $2 million. So it'll actually be called the Junior Achievement Colonial Group Discovery Center at the Armstrong campus of Georgia Southern. So. That's right. We need a good acronym. So.
I do think it's important for all of us to realize and be thankful for.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. We'll invite your attention to the second and final part of the day. Thank you so much for being ready to hear the options and considerations for second semester. I do want to just remind you that the planning for second semester does not start at this time. It typically starts at the beginning of the year. So we've been looking at what the options are for not only the start of this year, but also how we would proceed for a second semester. The PowerPoint that you have at the table has been modified to some degree, so we'll talk a little bit about that. Language is everything. We want to make sure that you are aware of the most prominent or the most feasible options that we have looked at, and we'll talk a little bit about those this afternoon. Of course, in keeping what the process that we've used most recently, we will, as I discussed with Dr. Buck, entertain or at least consider what action that you want to take regarding second semester. The staff has been looking at various options from the very beginning, but have narrowed it down to a few for your consideration. We have also met, as we discussed on Wednesday, with our professional senate, which includes our leaders, our teachers of the year, and our instructional support persons of the year. We met with them and got their feedback on the various models and on some of the most important questions that should be driving the selection of the model. We also met with about 78 of our reopening task force members who are representative of the community. And we also heard got feedback from some who were not actually able to attend the meeting in regard to models that we should consider or things we should consider. And then, of course, we met with all of our school principals, our traditional school principals, the principals that we supervise. We also met with them, and they gave us feedback. There were also meetings beyond the big meeting where we met with all the principals, and then they also met with their various associate superintendents. We'll review today what those models are and the guiding principles of the work that we've been doing and the guiding principles that we'll continue to use as we plan going forward. At this time, I'm going to yield to our associate superintendents who will review the information that we prepared for you. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon. We are pleased to share our return to person phase 4 options and preferences. As Dr. Levette has mentioned, we have met and received valuable feedback from several stakeholder groups. They include, but are not limited to, our professional Senate of Teachers, our Return to Learn Task Force, principals, and many, many others. This has and will continue to be an incredible journey. Let's talk about our current reality. As you can see on the screen, phase 1 was all virtual, where students received virtual learning 100% across the board. There were many pros and cons to that phase. One of the major pros was the fact that it was safe. Students were learning in the safety of their homes and various centers around the district. Some of the cons, or one of the major cons, is the fact that it is not an ideal model for all students. Phase 2 was our return to in-person for our pre-K through 2nd grade students, as well as our 6th grade students and our first-time 9th graders and our least independent learners. Phase 3, which is the phase that we're currently in, brought back all of the students, grades 3 through 5, 7th and 8th, and 10th to 12th. And when I say all learners, those are the learners that opted to come in. We did not mandate for all learners to come back, only those that wanted to come back and their parents agreed for them to come back. And we are also, in this phase, operating with limited transportation for our students. As you can see, we'll take a brief look at the student data for phase 2 and phase 3. In phase 2, you will see the breakdown of the elementary, K-8, middle, and high school students present for a grand total of 3,028 and leaving approximately 454 students on our wait list. The data for the teachers, of course, is very fluid, as some teachers opted to come in and some teachers actually opted to go back home. So this is as of October the 26th. In phase 3, you will see a breakdown of elementary, K, middle, and high school teachers for a grand total of 3,100, no, I'm sorry. Phase 3, 459 elementary teachers, 98 K-8 teachers, 103 middle school teachers, 198 high school teachers, for a grand total of 860 teachers to include our special education teachers.
Good afternoon. This brings us to our options for consideration. As Dr. Levette shared, we received an inordinate amount of feedback from various stakeholders throughout the district, but also we've been reviewing options for returning to learn safely since really late spring. This was not something we just started at the beginning of the year. We started to review early different options that we could consider. Here are those that rose to the top, especially with stakeholder feedback. Modified traditional in-person, which would be all grade levels. 50% of students would report to school, while 50% remain virtual. This would limit the number of students on campus based on our building classroom capacities. Also, our current A and B students, cohort A and B students, would be combined and moved to 5 days per week, Monday through Friday. This would eliminate any of these students having to return home since they first selected in-person learning. We would utilize a lottery to determine the remaining available seats for those that would elect to return in person, based on what the remaining 50% capacity would be for that building that would allow for social distancing. This model allows for increased collaboration and socialization, though it would be limited and with safety measures among our students and staff. Our students with disabilities and our English language learners would receive priority status, as they do now, to ensure that services are provided. This would also, contact tracing transitions, threat of rolling closures would still create operational challenges. Limited transportation would create educational access issues as well as operational challenges. And then our cleaning schedules for our buildings would need to be modified for our custodial staff, and this could have budgetary impacts related to overtime as well as impacts on transportation in terms of the budget. Virtual learning with all of these options, and you will hear us reiterate, would remain for all pre-K through 12 families if they so elected. Option number 2 is elementary in person and secondary, meaning grades 6 through 12, virtual learning. Pre-K through 5, our least independent learners and our ESOL students would attend 4 days a week. They would be spread out across district K through 12 school buildings. This would reduce the student to teacher ratio and support social distancing, because we would bring those students back and allow them to use various sites so that they could spread out and be social distanced. All of our secondary students, meaning those students that are in grades 6 through 12, would then learn virtually. The community spread index reaches an acceptable level. The elementary students would transition back to their home schools, and then secondary students would return in person. That's our 6 through 12 students. The teachers of students with disabilities, ESOL and resource teachers would collaborate with the classroom teachers to ensure that they are meeting those students' schedule and providing the required services. Our specials, connections, and elective teachers would teach their respective content. Wednesdays would be independent learning days and would continue as such for deep cleaning. Our cleaning schedule, again, would, though, need to be modified for our custodial staff, and this would have budgetary impacts. Again, virtual learning remains an option for all of our families. Our 3-day, 2-day rotation with a learning partner. Students report to school for 2 full days, whether they're in cohort A or cohort B. That would determine the days that they report. And then Wednesday would be attendance on a rotational basis. So if I'm in cohort A, Monday, Tuesday, I would attend, and first and third Wednesday of each month, I would attend in person. Cohort B, I would report Thursday, Friday, and then the second and fourth Wednesday of each month, I would attend. On the days that I am not in attendance, I would be receiving virtual instruction. So those assignments would be provided when I did not report to school, and I would also be able to log in. Teachers of students with disabilities, our ESOL and resource teachers, will continue to collaborate with the classroom teachers to ensure they were providing students with services and meeting their schedule needs. Again, our specials, connections, and elective teachers would teach their content. Rotational, now that we have Wednesday, it would not be an independent learning day. And then grades 4 through 12 students would be paired with a learning partner in the opposite cohort. This would allow for additional instructional collaboration and socialization. So the in-person learning student would work as a liaison with the virtual student to ensure support and class participation. So if I'm a cohort A student, I may be paired with K, who is a cohort B student. On my in-person days, I would actually be in person with the teacher. Kay is my partner. She would log in and be on the laptop, and I could help facilitate any questions. We may do some group activities together, and this would also address the issue somewhat of the dual teaching, because that is a very difficult task. It would allow for greater contact tracing and meeting social distance guidelines. And again, virtual learning is still an option for all families. Our 2-week rotation with the learning partner. Students report to school 5 days a week for 2 full weeks a month, depending on their cohort, cohort A or cohort B. Wednesday would not be an independent learning day, so they would rotate every 2 weeks for 5 days a week. When they are not present, they would be provided assignments on the weeks they do not report to school. They would also receive virtual instruction. Our students with disabilities, our ESOL and resource teachers would continue to collaborate with the classroom teachers to ensure services were provided. Our specials, connections, and elective teachers continue to teach their content. Again, this works very similar to the previous. Grades 4 through 12 students are paired with a learning partner in the opposite cohort for instructional collaboration. It would allow for some social distance socialization, and then the in-person learning student would be working as the liaison with the virtual student to ensure student support in that classroom. And this allows, again, for optimal contact tracing. Virtual learning remains an option for all families. One-day rotation would be grades pre-K through 12. 1 day per week, 25% of a school's enrolled students would report to school for each of the 4 days. So you have 25% of students reporting on Monday, 25% on Tuesday, 25% on Thursday, 25% on Friday. On the days that they do not report, students would be provided their assignments, and then the teachers, of course, with disabilities, teachers of students with disabilities, ESOL and resource teachers continue to collaborate and ensure services are provided for those students. Our elective teachers, Specials Connections, will teach their respective content. Wednesdays would remain an independent learning day. This could require students in the same household to attend on different days. Now we're talking 25%. Again, virtual learning remains an option for all families. We have the half-day rotation option for consideration. The students are divided into 2 cohorts. This could be by last names, or by household, or some other measure. Half of them attend an AM session, the other half would attend a PM session. After your AM session, if you're the morning student, you would go home at half day for synchronous specials, connections, or elective lessons. If you're a PM student, this would be occurring for you in the morning before you arrive to school. Bell times may need to change again, and it may require students in the same household to attend school at different times. Wednesdays would remain an independent learning day, and of course the cleaning schedule would definitely under this model need to be modified for custodial staff, and it would have budgetary impacts for not only our custodial staff, but transportation, because we have just greatly increased our bus routes if in fact we are able to provide or opt to provide transportation. Virtual learning again remains an option for all pre-K through 12 families.
So I cannot stress to you enough the importance of the guiding principles for creating these options for you. These led the work of the team and the district as we looked at numerous options for months and months and came up with these for you today. The first of which was to make sure we have a safe learning environment and working environment for our students and our staff by adhering to the established hygiene protocols and public health guidance. As you have seen in our schools, we have safety protocols and they are being followed diligently, and that is the expectation of all for them. Also, to provide student learning format options that can be delivered flexibly throughout the year based on changes in public health data. We have to be able to go from virtual to in-person and in-person to virtual fluidly, and I think we've made vast steps in that this year, but we're still working on that. Ensure that all students receive instruction that meets state and federal standards and have the necessary supports for success, including access to technology and connectivity to the extent possible, social, emotional wellness and health supports, additional supports to meet the needs of identified special populations to include our least independent learners. Additionally, we want to provide training time, support, and flexibility necessary for staff to prepare for successful reopening stages. We can't expect our staff to come in and do things overnight. We have to have a plan and process. Provide proactive, clear communication with translations to all families and staff. The district will also prepare to seamlessly move between in-person instruction and remote instruction if school buildings are closed due to infections. And we've already seen the need for that so far in several of our buildings. As we said before, we knew that transportation would not be guaranteed. Collaboration between grade levels and subject areas within and across schools to be prioritized prioritize for consistency and coherence. And then special subject areas, art, music, PE, career tech, computer science, continue to be an important component of learning. We're not putting those to the side. They are part of our students' success. And of course, our extracurricular activities will be made available to the greatest extent possible with safety measures in place. So at this time, I'd like to invite the superintendent up to say a few words about our next section.
I'm going to ask Dave to make sure that he gets that data out to you. We did, in addition to the emails that you receive and the emails I receive and the phone calls and all other such like that, the conversations at the 7-Eleven, grocery store, or wherever you happen to be, we get lots of data and we listen to it. Does not always reflect our current thinking, but we'd like for you to look at some of the questions that we ask specifically to the people who are closest to the work and also to our reopening task force who's been with us throughout this journey. We ask specific questions. Some of them you will recognize as a part of our considerations and our guiding principles for our work, but also they're important to determining our next steps. If you look at Figure 1, we ask those groups, do you believe we should operate with social distancing protocols in place at school? As you see, the professional Senate, 95% of them believe that it is important that we have social distancing and other protocols in place at the school. These are the people who are at the school level, the teachers of the year, as well as the instructional support persons of the year. And they collect data from their colleagues when they're responding to these questions. Our principals, 98% of them believe that social distancing protocols are necessary. And then the task force, which again is a cross-representational group, 95% of them believe that we should have social distancing in place at the schools. And remember, the reopening task force has been with us since June. So they've lived with us through virtual learning, our planning for socially distanced classrooms, to virtual learning, to phase 1, and now to phase 2, and then looking at going forward. Should social distancing be enforced on the bus? The Senate, 98%. Principals, 93%. Task force, 89%. Do you believe we should operate with social, with social distancing in place, those protocols in place, and then you see the various, yes. Oh, yes, that number 3, okay. Would you read that, David?
So question number 3 is, what items below would you consider are non-negotiables to maintain a safe and healthy work environment for in-person teaching? Okay, these are the non-negotiables that we asked each of the groups. And they were to pick the top 3 items. It was a multiple choice selection. So there you can see that the one that stands out the most in all 3 groups were mandatory masks for staff and students.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I was like seeing this page twice. We did give them an opportunity to identify the top 3, so you'll see all of the groups agreed to mandatory masks as being a priority, and then you also see daily sanitation practices as being another area for at least 2 of the groups, and daily temperature taking and daily screening as being another concern. Should all school staff continue to have a choice to work remotely without an exemption? And while we recognize that this was addressed on Wednesday, remember, we've been meeting with groups before that. So one of the things that we wanted to do was to make sure we did not present this question to the reopening task force because it had already been established in the Wednesday meeting. But I want to, for the record, just remind people that from the very beginning of this, we have in all of our publications, all of our conversations with staff, reminded them that if they needed an exemption, they had an opportunity to apply for one, and many did. Some persons applied for one despite whatever the board said in terms of them making a choice. So it is a part of board policy that if you need an accommodation, you can request one and follow the process to have one approved, and many persons did that. And we expect that many will do that effective January. We got lots of phone calls in HR on Thursday from people wanting to know what is the process for me to request an exemption. It is clearly laid out in the COVID return to work guidance, and it is clearly laid out in board policy. We will, again, provide that information for staff who may have circumstances that qualify for them to take leave. Which return date is most feasible for school staff? Again, we started this before these conversations before these meetings, and as you see, the Senate overwhelmingly agreed with January the 4th, but you had a 20% of them who thought that we should look at third quarter, and that was where they referenced people are coming back in January after being on a break, and we're not sure whether we may have outbreaks based on people returning at that time. You see the same with principals, suggesting 66% of them think we should start January 4th. You did have 21% of them who felt that our staff should return in December 1st. And then the task force, of course, followed with 55% agreeing that January 4th was the date. Should all students be required to wear a mask or face covering? Again, you see overwhelmingly in the 80s percentage points for all three groups. We did inquire, should we continue independent learning on Wednesdays to allow for deep cleaning of schools? And we did have some really good data on that. I do think that we've heard from some persons through email that Wednesdays don't work for them. In fact, I did ask staff to canvass principals to see how many teachers were actually teaching on Wednesdays, and meaning synchronous teaching. And so we do have quite a number of staff who are holding classes on Wednesdays, but we also have quite a number of staff people who are working in small groups with students who may be struggling or may have special projects. For example, in our 3DE program, which is at Savannah High, those young people do their case challenges on Wednesdays, so their teachers are actively engaged with them all day Wednesday. That's the only day that they can come together outside of their regular class and do that extensive project work. If you look at it here, 85% of the Senate, that's the people who are on the ground, the teachers and instructional staff persons, suggest that Wednesdays should continue. 77% of the principals believe that independent learning Wednesdays should continue, and 73% of the task force. If we must reduce in-person capacity to 50% or less, in addition to our least independent learners, including our ESOL students, which students should receive priority? Overwhelmingly, you see grades pre-K to 2 is the group that people feel should have priority. And this means that if all other learners, just can't come in, this is a group that we should prioritize. Lots of conversation about why that would be. And then, of course, you have following that the grades 3 to 5. When it comes to providing meals to students that are in person, where should they be served? You see, overwhelmingly, the choice is in the classroom. Of course, associated with the CDC or just the public health guidelines, we are trying to avoid large congregate meetings, large congregate settings. And also, if we are going to look at the capacity of schools, though the principal certainly did not welcome the use of large spaces like cafeteria and gymnasiums for classroom instruction, but certainly they're willing to look at those spaces for instruction as well. And then, of course, we, in Figure 10, again, recognizing that there had been some board action prior to that, we did ask them to give us some ideas about what they thought the CTI should look like if we were going to engage in more face-to-face instruction. So you see that information there. We did have lots of questions. Once we started with in-person hybrid, then we started getting questions about before and after school care. So we did canvass the Senate, who believes that 52% of them believe that we should have before and after school care available with safety modifications in place. And you'll recall the contract that we had on the board agenda some time ago. We were waiting for them to present information about how they would manage their settings if indeed we invited them to come back in. They would also have to give us a plan for how they're going to staff, because many of our staff members are employed in the before and after care programs. 49% of the principals believed that we should consider YMCA, and 73% of the task force believe that we should consider a YMCA before and after school care. For number 12, the concerns of teachers and staff, they had to choose the top 4. As you can see, health and safety is a concern of staff, followed by meeting the students' needs, and then building cleanliness was the rounded out of that. The others are pretty split between the 20s and 30s. What steps would help employees feel more comfortable with returning to in-person learning? They were to choose the top 4. And of course, again, the masks show up as the leading requirement for people to feel comfortable with students returning. And then, of course, having sufficient reduction in local COVID-19 cases followed that. I thought that was interesting. We also had knowing the protocols that are in place should staff or students not be well. And of course, requiring students and staff to wear the mask again continued to be the primary leader in these polls. I think that might be. Is there one more? Yeah, my pages are not in order. That's my challenge. Thank you. Return to in-person learning. Which school instructional delivery model is most workable for the district, meaning all schools? And one thing that we have had a constant conversation about with principals, and I understand very well, being a former principal, and that one of the things that you hear from one place to the other is this school did it this way, and this school did it that way. That was a recurring theme this morning. Inconsistencies. And I say to Dr. Buck all the time, we're talking, I said, well, you know, we got 55 little fiefdoms and queendoms out there. And so it depends on your interpretation of what you've heard as to how you execute something. I think the principals have had more meetings during the week and on the weekend than we ever have. Everybody's under stress, so everybody interprets things differently, and also it depends on who's in your ear. When they say we don't have cleaning supplies and we go in the buildings and find the supplies in the closet, or they say we don't have cleaning supplies, and then when you get the cleaning supplies, you still complain that you don't have the cleaning supplies. So it all depends on where you are, and also depends on what your motive is. So when I get these messages that says we don't have this and we don't have that, the first thing we're going to do is go see if that's true. And if it's not correct, the situation is not accurate or the way it should be, is we jump right on it. But we have had people who've made a list of concerns that they have. You address the concerns and they say, well, I'm still going to quit. Hey, then your objective from the beginning was that you were going to quit. Save you and me some time and just say this isn't working. But I do recognize it's very stressful for everybody, and consistency across a large group is very hard to maintain. We did ask them to, the principals particularly, because they're the ones that would have to execute a model, which model that they thought. 37% of them thought the modified traditional in-person model would be best. Followed by the pre-K to 5 in-person and 6 to 12 all virtual. And I'll tell you, there are districts in the state, they're smaller than us, where basically they've taken all their earliest learners, all their elementary kids, and spread them out across all the schools. So in that way they're serving all the pre-K to 5 kids, and then 6 to 12 kids basically stay home. And for some districts that works, and you see that we had about 18% of them who thought that that should work. We have the 3 2-day rotation following, which really meant that instead of kids only having 2 days per week, on alternating weeks they had 3 days of face-to-face instruction. And then, given the recent surge in COVID cases and the impending flu season, which model can be implemented safely and should be seriously considered for January start? You know, when we put these models out to our professional senate, one thing that they reminded us of was we did not include remaining virtual. We didn't even include that. Because we have said people have access to virtual option for the entire academic year and perhaps going forward. But one of our professional senate members said, you should make sure that you include that. And it was interesting to me that people actually selected it because we had not considered it before. 38% says that we should maintain cohort A and B in person 2 days a week. 25% said student in-person learning for 4 days a week. And then, of course, expanding cohort A and B to 3 days a week, alternating, 18%. 13% said that we should return to all virtual. And, of course, 5% said student in-person learning for 5 days a week. So I appreciate your allowing me to be a teacher. And I'm not assuming that you can't read, but I wanted to make sure that you had an opportunity to look at that and have a big understanding of the data in addition to the messages that we receive. One thing I do want to point out, and I do talk with Dr. Hoskins Brown and Mrs. Hines, because one thing that we recognize, as has been pointed out, we often get emails from just certain segments of the community. And one of the things that I think we have to continue to work on is our stakeholder engagement. Sometimes we don't hear from certain segments of the community. That doesn't mean they don't have a concern. It just means that they're not communicating with us. So it's really important for us to think about how we engage those persons who may not be either not taking the time or not having the time to write us an email and demand that we do this or that or the other. It doesn't mean that they don't have concerns. It just means that for whatever reason, we're not hearing from them. So I think it's important for us to think about the entire group and not just the group that we hear from. And I believe that this is one of the areas that we're going to have to do a better job pushing out and hearing from people that may not be raising a concern. It's just like in the board meeting on Wednesday when Mrs. Wade raised the issue of the percentage return rate. We believe that in both of the surveys we put out, that some people said, virtual learning works for me, I'm not taking a survey. I don't need to engage in a survey, but we want to, on the future surveys, ask people to at least indicate I'm satisfied with where I am. I feel like this is the best option for me, so we get to hear from more people. And that will be our intention going forward. So I wanted you to know the data that we had collected. I referenced it as a part of my report, but just know that we take this seriously. We're not just looking at the emails that we get from the persons who email us every week, or the chain letters that Dr. Brinkman and I talk about, where they cut and paste and just send it to everybody. The new strategy is I'm going to send the note individually to each board member, and then I'm going to wait for the board member to respond, and then I'll compare that to what the other board member said, and then I'll send it to the superintendent and see what she says. So that's the new strategy. And then the cut and paste strategy. But the bottom line is they have a position that they're putting forth, and we understand that. We need to hear the other positions. So we're trying to do that in the best way we can. And we definitely want to hear from the people who do the work, the people who have to implement whatever it is we decide upon. Ms. Hall and then Mr. Katchmar.
Okay. I just want to say how helpful this is. I can have this right next to my cell phone, so now when I get calls, I can, really, I mean, absolutely, I have something now other than what Connie Hall thinks to go on. Because up till now, we get those calls and we kind of have to just go on what our own personal instinct is. Now we have, actually, I mean, this is wonderful for me. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome. Mr. Katchmar.
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo that comment. The data is helpful. I have two questions. First, can you expound a little bit on the Deep Clean Wednesdays? Because a lot of the comments I get, both from parents and from staff, is why are we not doing anything on Wednesdays? Can't we do a deep clean after the school day during the week? So that's one. I just want to have more information so I can respond to that. And then second, has there been any discussion about what happens if there's a vaccine, say, in March, and it's all available to everybody, and suddenly you've got 20,000 people who are on virtual saying, all right, got my shot, I want to be back in school Monday. Is there a statewide effort to address that, or do we have any information on what plans are for rollout and how we might handle that?
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about Deep Clean Wednesday. I mean, here's what the one thing I will do is I'll say, number one, when I don't know the answer, I'll say I don't know the answer. My father told me that it's really important and smart to say you don't know the answer. When we started this, we talked about Deep Clean Wednesday, but it's actually an independent learning day, and it's a day for us to deep clean the buildings. When we started calling it Deep Clean Wednesday, people forgot that it's a day for independent learning. So I tried to fix that by saying it's a catch up and catch on day, so it would allow us to deal with that learning loss. But Deep Cleaning Wednesday stuck. And I frankly was in my feelings one day and got insulted because I know what teachers are doing on Wednesday. I know that they are working with Susie, who was not able to connect during the week, or Susie didn't catch something, so she uses Wednesday, or he uses Wednesday to try to help catch him up. so that when they start on Thursday or Friday, they are in much better position. And that's what happens when you, frankly, when you have year-round education. Year-round education, intersessions are designed to help kids catch up. So it's a succession of Wednesdays that happen because your intention is not to have kids retained at the end of the year simply because they didn't catch on. What we've done now is provide an opportunity during the week for kids to catch on. But the name that's stuck is Deep Cleaning Wednesday. Now that kids are in the building, you really do need Deep Cleaning Wednesday, although certainly our resident community experts don't think that we need to clean, but we've seen examples of why we need to clean. But the major purpose of Wednesday is for us to offer intervention, extra support for those students who need it, additional time for our students who are involved in advanced instruction, and also an opportunity, for example, at Savannah High School and also at STEM Academy. That's when they do their projects, and also at Hurd. So I've asked the staff to give us a report after canvassing each school in terms of what is the majority of the work that they're doing on Wednesdays so we can kind of get rid of that. But I do think it's important to have, the more people you have in the building, the more you will need to clean. And you will notice from the reports, the options given here, that the object is to modify the schedules of the custodians. Here's what you can't do. You got people in the building, you can't say to the custodian, come in when everybody is gone. Because, as we have heard from teachers, I'm having to clean up after my kids, I'm having to clean up after myself. Bottom line is the more kids in the building, the more people in the building, the more you're going to have to pay attention while they're in the building as well as when they leave the building. We also cannot afford to use chemicals while the people are in the building. Given what I know, and talk to any nurse, the number of asthmatics, the number of people who just have respiratory concerns, we would want to be careful about that. So I hope that's been helpful in terms of Wednesday. What's your second question?
Vaccines.
Vaccines. So number one, we have not heard anything from the state in regard to vaccines. And I used to watch the news. I try not to watch it anymore. If I listen to Fauci and World Health Organization, I know that they're doing this big push, but I'm not sure that we're going to have a vaccine before the close of the school year for 20,000 people. But I would suggest if we have the challenges with that vaccine that we have with 7th grade immunizations, and the number of people who've now come out and clearly avowed that they do not trust the government or anything that they would approve in terms of a vaccine, our conversation has been, what do we do when the vaccine, our conversation, we're not starting it. Our conversation has been, what do we do as leaders of the district when a vaccine has been made available to people? How will we work with the board to determine what the conditions will be for students and staff coming into the building who've been given the opportunity to take the vaccine but have chosen not to do it? We already have challenges with people who don't believe in vaccines, and so we have policies that deal with that. I've seen an uptick in the number of people who've been very vocal about, I will not take a vaccine because I don't trust the government. So I think we're going to see more of that. And our preliminary discussions are, we need to work with the board and the public health department to determine how we manage that situation. But we've not gotten any guidance, but certainly we've had conversations about it. Is that helpful? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I'd just like to just thank all of you all, Academic Affairs, for the work that you have done. You all have written how many plans since August?
2,888.
This is a lot of work, it's one thing being on one end, making a motion and voting, but it's another thing when you actually have to sit and strategize these plans. So there's been a vote already, so we're looking forward to January, and we need to give it some time for modifications to see, so it can be tweaked. Instead of changing it and you know, and nothing's, all the data is here. I appreciate the detailed information that's been provided, especially how you outline the different models that can be used with the rotating days, the different options. So I just commend you on the job that you're doing, because I have had the opportunity to sit where you're sitting, and I understand what it's like to have to go back to the drawing board. It is not easy. It takes a lot of time, energy, and effort. So please know that we truly appreciate you for all the hard work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Dr. Buck?
I would just like to go on record. I actually favor the modified tradition in person, I think. I mean, I believe that's correct. But to me, the most important things that we have to deal with now are safety and learning and convenience. You did not hear me mention transportation, which also is part of that, but the safety issue is going to be with us for quite a while. Before, safety was our number one concern, but we were concerned about a shooter coming in the building. Safety now is a whole different side of that. Learning itself, virtual learning is fine for some, not for all. That explanation is clear. But convenience also, to me, has to enter into this. I believe the less upheaval you do in a family's schedule, the better off we will be. Telling kids that they can come 2 days in one day, and then in 2 weeks they're not going to do this, and on certain days they're going to learn with a partner. Parents don't really care about that. They got to go to work. Both of them are going to work in most cases, and they need to know my kid's in school from 8 to 3, whatever the days are, so they can get their own work done. So, convenience, safety, and learning.
And we appreciate that, and I think every one of us who works on these plans, I have nieces and nephews in the system. I have nieces and nephews who are employed in the system. So I hear the same comments that everybody else hears. And then I have grandchildren who also are in a district where they are on virtual. And my daughter and my son-in-law have to rotate. They're very fortunate, and they have jobs where they can rotate, but they have responsibilities. And so I think people think we're over here like not thinking about that, especially given some of the disrespectful communications that we receive. Yes. But the bottom line is we're all human and we're all dealing with it together. What it is, I'm just able to roll over and pivot, and some people don't want to pivot. They just want it their way. Mrs. Grabowski, and then Dr. Hoskins-Brown, and Ms. Hines.
I do want to reiterate that I really appreciate being here, and I do not want to take away from sitting board members' time, so I'm happy to. But I did have one clarifying question about in January. We still have that first week that will be virtual learning on the calendar. Is that still in effect to help address that after traveling that the students would still remain virtual that first week in January?
The intention when we put it there was very different than what it is right now. When we put it there, we had one intention. Right now, it would certainly help us in terms of helping people calm down from having to come in. All of that depends on what the board decides is the model. Okay. The superintendent recommends that we stay with that time period of independent learning. Okay. The board may decide something else, but I recommend we stay with it so that, number one, if people are having to report back to work as of January 4th, they're not going to be able to come back to work on January 4th and be ready to receive students on January 5th. It does not work like that. You've had some people who have not been in the building at all since they might have been at Walmart and Publix and eating dinner out and all that, but they haven't been in a school building, so that we still need time for them to get in and get their things ready. So that is important. You remember one of the guiding principles was making sure that teachers and staff get their training. If they haven't been in the building, now they have duties, now they have things that they have to do with the kids that they were not doing at home. So we need that time for them to get adjusted. And then, but that's my recommendation, but the board will make the final decision on that.
I do think it'd be helpful to the extent that can be decided maybe at the December board meeting, just so parents have that information. Probably goes without saying. And then I echo the comments about having the data. It's absolutely fantastic. It's impossible to design a perfect survey. And so I fully recognize that. And I think that there are a couple questions in here that I believe, especially when it gets to the Wednesday question, because I appreciate that you're looking at how that's being used, because I know in my family and in many families that I have heard from, it's not an effective day from a learning standpoint, because it is being labeled as Deep Clean Wednesday twice in the survey. And the question in particular, figure 7, should we continue independent learning on Wednesdays to allow for deep cleaning of schools? To me, that's two separate questions. Should we allow for an independent learning day, and should we have deep cleaning of schools? And when you combine them into one, it really makes the data more complicated to understand. So I think that there's a deep desire to have deep cleaning, and I appreciate and fully agree we can't do it when kids are in the schools, but I think those are two separate issues.
Thank you for your feedback.
Dr. Hoskins Brown.
Ms. Hines had Dr. Hoskins Brown, Ms. Hines, and then Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I really appreciate these data, like my colleagues. One thing I would like to encourage us to do, and something I have not seen enough of as a governing group together, is to remember to use a lens of diversity, equity, and inclusion in how we view other people's position on how to return back to school. And what I am seeing that is not helpful about that is that we all have different modes of assimilating and communicating and assessing and using information. And some of the voices that we hear around this issue treat COVID as a bad illness that you will get and get over, and we should not be moving in fear. But I will tell you that as I hear from individuals through the different modes that I listen to stakeholders, those stakeholders are saying they want to be virtual because they are grandmothers that are caring for children every day. They're not grandmothers who are being visited by children. They are the primary caregivers. They are older people. There are people like me who have health conditions, people like my family members who have health conditions where COVID is not going to be an inconvenience. If some of the people in my family, if we get COVID, we're out of here. If I get COVID, I'm out. It's not, I'm going to be sick and it was going to be bad. It is, we will be gone. And so the decisions about exposure, the decisions about returning to models are, to me, need to be addressed with the respect that people who make the decision to be virtual, and the reason I'm advocating for that, is that those people are making that decision for reasons that are important to their household, not because they are ignorant, not because they don't go to the CDC website, not because they're fearsome, but because they have a full awareness of their vulnerabilities. My father-in-law owns a funeral home. 2 weeks ago, he was averaging 4 funerals a day, and they were all COVID. And he was telling us, we're supposed to be doing sugar cane grinding next week. He said, no, don't come. He said, I can't receive you and I can't protect you. And so I really wanted to put that out there because I don't think that everyone has behaved in a way that reflects that they respect the basis upon which you form your opinion. And some of it is intellect, and just because you sit on your opinion quietly doesn't mean that you believe it any less fervently than the people who want to write about the reasons that they need school reopened. So I am, in my position, trying to reach that consensus that we really do need to meet as leaders, and why I do advocate for the position, like Dr. Buck, of that traditional, modified traditional, where people who want to come in can come in, but I also really do want to see the district to find a way to continue to manage virtual in a way for people who need or want to make that choice. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Hines?
Thank you, Dr. Levette, for your detailed information that you've shared with us this afternoon. I would like to say something, I guess, concerning immunizations and COVID-19 vaccines. I really haven't heard through CDC or any of the other health programs exactly where we are as a school system or as school systems fit in the line for vaccines. Because according to what I have, the little I have read about it, they are going to look at people who are critically ill or have underlying health conditions that need the vaccine more than folk that are up, walking about and around. So I'm not sure where we are with that. I'm not sure they know where they want to put, and when I say where we are, I'm talking about the schools and whatever. I'm not sure where they want to place us. So we may not even get a vaccine till next summer or next fall. So therefore, whatever decisions we make, we're going to have to make sure that according to our research that we have, that it's about the best thing that we can do. And like I say, and I'll keep saying, because I keep seeing this happen, people are still walking around without those masks. They want the children to come back to school, but they're walking around without masks, and they're having their parties. Thanksgiving is coming up. Families want to get together, but we have to do what we can do. So I haven't heard where they're even considering school students and personnel as far as where we are with the vaccines or where we will place with the vaccines when they come out, if they come out.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. I think one of the things that we, in the conversation with Dr. Toomey early on, who is the head of the Georgia Department of Public Health, she did allude earlier, and I want to, it seems like a year ago, but it's probably August or September, that the first groups that would receive the vaccine, since they were hopeful to have it by this week, was that they would deal with the frontline workers,
Right.
or healthcare workers first.
Right.
But I haven't heard much more than that. So we'll certainly, I think once the election is over, then we might get back on kind of where we are with that. Thank you. Was Mr. Johnson?
We've got about 8 minutes, 9 minutes left, so.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yeah, thank you. I would first like to say thank you for all this information, all the data, just everything, and y'all's tireless work with you and your associate superintendents and all of staff. I know we've asked a lot of y'all this year, so I just want to say thank you for always stepping up to the plate and giving us more information than we asked. I'm like Dr. Buck as well. The modified traditional in-person is my first choice as a board member, and from what I'm hearing, I would also like to just stay on the record that even though I do support this, I also support and respect anyone's decision to remain 100% virtual for whatever reason, whether it's because they have underlying conditions or they don't personally feel safe. I believe that we need to make sure that every family, for whatever reason, has that opportunity to learn for their family situation what they feel is the best way to do it. My son, for example, he's actually thriving in the virtual learning. His teacher had started off, I said this in the small group, started off not very good with It's Learning, has become an It's Learning master. She actually uses Wednesdays for one-on-one meetings with every single one of her students. She's been doing a great job with that. I also know that we need to make sure that we take everything into consideration when we're talking about the vaccine. I know we don't mandate, we don't say that someone has to take a flu shot. I think we might want to consider the same thing for the COVID-19 shot because it is a virus, and even the flu shot is not 100%. This is something to consider. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm sure we'll have plenty of opportunities to come back together and talk about the vaccine, especially when and if it becomes available. Okay. I think we have some summary slides that. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I didn't express an opinion. Two things. One, the most stringent health and safety standards, masks, et cetera, I support that and continue to support that. That was one of the questions. Part of my dilemma between the 3-2 and the modified return is we don't know what parents want. And I was trying to remember back to our last data set on the percentage of parents that said we want to stay virtual no matter what. Because I have a concern about if we do 50-50 and it's a lottery, I have a concern about, my child in-person school for the entire second semester and the kid next door never sets foot in a school for the entire second semester. That concerns me. But if 49% of our families say we're staying virtual next semester, then it's a lot easier to implement that plan. So without knowing what our families want to do, the 3-2 sounds more equitable to me with continued virtual at all times. But are we going to survey families at all? That's the question. And then I wanted to echo Ms. Grabowski's comment about whatever we do in January, we should announce it at the December meeting so people have time to plan.
Well, if you ask the superintendent, we think you ought to do it before Thanksgiving. That would be my preference.
That's fine too. Let me jump in, Dr. Levette, because one of the reasons we were discussing this in great detail today was because the staff needs to at least have not a vote. We can't take a vote in here, but the staff needs to know generally what we favor. Because they are already working right now on 6 options. Once they hear what we favor, they can start to narrow a little bit in terms of what goes on. I had asked Dr. Brinkman at Wednesday's board meeting if I called a board meeting next week only to consider the option, then how he would be, because he's one of the ones that teaches. Dr. Hoskins Brown is the other. We did not set a meeting yet, but we may very well, before Thanksgiving, have to have a quick 1 hour, hour and a half meeting to make the decision once the parents are surveyed, once the plan is fleshed out more, because it is not fair to our students or our staff or our faculty, I think, to go into Thanksgiving still not knowing what we're going to do. So,
thank you.
Sorry, I'm not available next week, and I would be open to other opportunities. I mean, I've written what my preference is on this card, but I can't be available for that important discussion, and I'd like to be able to.
Why are you being so difficult?
It's
Dr.
just
Brinkman.
who I am.
I just wanted to make sure that it sounds like everybody's making an opinion on record, so I wanted to make sure my opinion was heard on record. This is what I've been writing to constituents for the last couple of weeks. This is what I wrote to Mr. Johnson last night as well. We have yet to have phase 3 at a full capacity of what our county wants currently. So once teachers return on January 4th and start class January 11th in the hybrid model, that will be the first time we're actually meeting the capacity of what the community desires for in-person. I feel like we should run that for a while, and I've been telling people at least 3 to 4 weeks to see how well we do at it before we go into phase 4. We hurriedly went in from phase 2 to phase 3 after a week of phase 2. We have now closed 3 schools. We have somebody hospitalized. The writing on the wall doesn't look great. I would love to survey everybody again, but those surveys are going to have to drill down also to what school the student is going to go to. Because yes, we could have 50% of our county say, I want in person, but 90% of those people might be in one school district area zone, so that that school wouldn't be able to meet the need of all the students that wanted that in person. Or we're busing those students now from their neighborhood school to a school where the residents there were only 10% wanting in person. So even if we get a survey that says 50% want in person, that doesn't really tell us where those individuals live. Because currently when you look at our data, you can see that there are pockets of schools that have many more students wanting to be there and many more on a wait list, which I would think would still follow the same trend once we go into January and we have more teachers and we can actually meet the needs of, I think, what are we, 6,000 students right now and another 1,000 plus sitting on the bench. I'm sure that will uptick some if our numbers continue to look good over Christmas break, but they're not split up between all 55 buildings equally. So we really have to be cautious with which plan we pick, but I would still like to see phase 3 run for a while to make sure we can actually do it well.
But Dr. Brinkman's point makes me concerned that maybe I don't have this understood properly, because to me, when I'm reading and seeing is that all employees return to implement the model that they're in. So this issue with teachers teaching classes at the YMCA instead of being online for synchronous learning, all of that would be gone, because whatever phase you're in, you're doing it in the schoolhouse, and then we would follow the original plan for phase 4. So it's not my understanding that the phase 4 that you support is automatically starting on January 4th. Is this a combined approach? Because that's what it sounded like your concern was.
My understanding is that we were still in phase 3.
Right.
And that come January, when all the teachers return, unless something changes in a meeting coming forth or some other vote in some called meeting, we would still remain in phase 3.
And that is what I support and what I hope. But your question made me think that maybe they were being combined. I am in support of remaining in phase 3 for the reasons that you said, and that the only difference is we no longer have people choosing whether they can go to work. They have to perform their work in the work environment. That's right. Is that correct, Dr. Levette?
Well, you know, and I want to go back to this. The only thing that you have decided is that staff returns on January the 4th.
Yes.
There's been no discussion about the model. The model that we're in right now, you voted on October the 7th that regardless of whatever the science was, we were going to go to October the 6th, October 26th, we were going to go to phase 3. There was no date assigned to phase 4, unless I'm just not remembering. So phase 4 is not on the table unless you put it on the table. If you put it on the table, then you can agree with it or disagree. But as far as we can see, unless there's board action that says you're going to implement phase 4, then we are continuing in phase 3. But that's on you.
Well, Dr. Levette, I hope that every board member here has actually filled out a card so that you guys can get some idea. I know what Dr. Buck said, of course, we can't vote, but we should leave here today with you knowing how the 8 board members, you know, who are, well, I'm sorry, I gotta remember Denise isn't a board member yet, but the board members who are here should be able to give you an indication of, you know, because I'm agreeing with Dr. Hoskins-Brown, I assumed we're in phase 3 until we decide by vote that we go to phase 4. And so we need to indicate that to you.
And we'll talk about, you know, the other things that have to happen. And we did not make that correction on this screen. CARES Act ends, it should be the Family Care Coronavirus, whatever it is, FCCRA. We would have to, number one, there's several steps that are involved. Number one, like I said, Thursday, the phone started ringing about exemptions. Once you made the action the action you took on Wednesday, generated calls on Thursday. So our intention is to notify staff, here's the expectation, and here's what you need to do if you need to file for an exemption. Other than that, we expect you to show up at your work site on January the 4th. Then we have to tell them what else happens after that. So if we're gonna continue with phase 3, whatever we started on October 26th, we need to be able to tell them that. And that means principals need to plan for that. The question will then come, now that more staff's in the building, are you gonna open up to more students? So all of it depends on those other things being decided. We have to have some direction from you so that we can instruct staff and families appropriately. And so we laid these out. The staff already knows that they have to come back to work. There's no question about that because that was part of board action. It was all over the television. It was in the board brief. It was everywhere. So they already know that. I do want the staff to talk about the other pieces. We have to do a family survey that happens after you decide what model we're going to be in officially. So transportation request, we wanted those submitted before winter break because one of the criticisms was y'all didn't tell me till Sunday night that my child got a bus on Monday. Well, we said during the meeting it was a tight timeline. And routing takes at least 2 weeks. I think we were very clear on that. So that staff worked nights and Sundays to get those 5,400 students routed. And we understood that that was going to be a tight timeline. But if we're going to expand in any way, we have to know that, and we have to know how, have time in order to get that work done.
Dr. Levette, if we have to do another parent survey, is it possible that we could include the zip codes and ask them to choose whichever location?
Can help. Zip code won't help because of specialty schools. You got to know what school they're going to.
Right. See, because we transport kids all over the county. So even sometimes you have kids who are in a household, there are 4 kids, they're in 4 different schools. And so that is the challenge of the transportation system. But it's also the challenge because buses require social distancing. That's why the Bell schedules had to change. Bell schedules had to change because we're transporting kids. We're transporting them all over. You got 232 drivers, and they're trying to meet requirements from all over the county. So if you've never run a school district, you're not, Dr. Buck says this all the time. He's coming, he's like, oh my God, I didn't think about that part. Every time we meet, we find something else because it's all interconnected. And so when I say you're going to include, increase the number of kids, and that means you got to increase the option for transportation, or parents have to agree to transport, which then impacts traffic patterns, which then impacts security, which then impacts, everything. So it's all dependent. And so you got to have your transportation requested prior to winter break. We'll have to remember the staff will now have to go in and remap the school spaces. That's the other thing. So they got to go in and remap the school spaces and decide if those spaces are going to be adequate.
Dr.
I
Levette.
think I'm in your piece. Come on.
Dr. Levette, did you notice that when we said the only way your child can come to school is if you transport them, did you notice all those cars coming right up to the school transporting those kids right and left?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, we've had some good discussion here. So I'm going to go back just a little bit so we can just gather our thoughts and just review some of the things before we find out what your preference would be. So on January 4th, you've already decided that all SCCPSS employees are going to return. Then we wanted to be able to announce that return prior to November 12th, which we have been successful in that, right? So we've already, everybody knows. So a recommendation would be that we still allow those exemptions and that they notify us, HR, of all those exemptions by December 4th. And the reason that's so important is because, like Dr. Levette says, staff has to go back, especially secondary. All schools have to do this, but especially secondary schools because it's very, very course dependent and very course specific, and they have to get those master schedules done prior to the students returning. And also the logistics plan. You heard her say that we have to do a map of all of that available space because if we're going to do, well, we are going to do social distancing. And when we do that, we have to make sure that those classes are able to accommodate all the children. And then we might have to use additional space in the various parts of the building. All right, so our CARES Act, and you heard her say that we forgot to change that slide. So the actual act is called the Families First Coronavirus Response Act for employees because it's the Employee Paid Leaves Act, and we wanted to make sure we made note of that, and that ends on December 31st. So that's why they need to be able to notify us because we have to make those plans, okay? And only those employees who meet the guidelines for exemption will be allowed to stay virtual in that environment.
Dr. K, does the exemption end with the expiration of the act?
No, the exemption is related to pay.
Yes, to
Thank you.
Having exemption is a part of board policy. So you can have an exemption. You can apply for Family Medical Leave Act. You can apply for accommodations. And the accommodation may be that I'm waiting on a transplant. It's not wise for me to come into a building, so I'm going to accommodate you because you remain on virtual.
So they just move to another statute if they need to and they're eligible.
Under the employee.
Right, they can just follow the regular board policy.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And, yes, a lot of people probably will not be eligible based upon what the Employee Paid Leave Act says, those rights. Yes, and they based on the ADA guidelines. Correct. Okay. So, what are the options and preferences? Just looking at them, January the 11th, students could possibly return in hybrid because we are still in that phase 3, okay? So we would have to be able to get that survey out as soon as possible. You see we have outlined that we want to be able to do it within 5 days of leaving here, of knowing what the recommendation would be, or the preference, your preference would be, because we can't take a vote. Student transportation, they have to get knocking and kicking with all of that. That's why we got to do that survey because it takes a good 2 weeks, am I correct, Ms. Miller-Kegler, to be able to do those routes or longer, okay, to be able to get those routes done prior to winter break. And that remains contingent upon the social distancing guideline and our increased student requests because we get requests every single day for students to take transportation who have elected to come back because those requests come in on a daily basis. And we are also giving priority to our least independent learners. So we have to make sure, and our ELL children as well, okay? So we have to make sure we take all of those into consideration. Then our safety protocols are very high priority. Regardless of the plan, we're hoping that we still require masks based upon the data that you saw Dr. Levette present earlier. Class sizes allow for social distancing. We have those COVID questions that we ask for the screening purposes when they come in, the temperature questions and all of those questions that we ask. And then the use of the available space. That's why decision making is very critical because there's lots to consider before we move forward. Now, I'm not going to review all of that, all of the preferences, because we've gone in detail. Ms. Ball Oliver went through those, but We have the 3-day, 2-day rotation. That's very similar to the hybrid that we're already in. It just allows, we will not have that Wednesday anymore. That Wednesday would then become a learning day for one particular cohort and then switch the next week for another cohort. And then the modified traditional in-person, that's pre-K through 12 where everybody comes back, but this also allows for 50% and 50% capacity in terms of 50% remain virtual and 50% report to school, okay? But we would grandfather in the children who are currently in the building and then do the survey with the additional children and take into consideration lottery so that those children have the opportunity to come in.
But Dr. Cave, we haven't, when did we decide that current cohort A and B students combined would
We haven't made a decision
okay.
yet. No, ma'am. These are just the preferences
Yeah, but I'm
based
saying,
upon the data.
That's what's going to get out of the neighborhood. that
Yes,
we're,
ma'am.
You know.
It's the preferences based upon the data that we got from our stakeholders, that we got from our principals, and we got from our professional senate. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, but I'm just saying, my phone's going to blow up before I get out of here.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. These are options for your consideration. These are options, not our recommendations. These are options for you to consider because we need to know what you want so we can begin making our plan. All right?
Okay, I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
That's
but
okay.
We can't do anything until Dr. Levette brings a recommendation to us. So I understand, and so that's why I said again, I hope board members are putting down some guidelines for you all so that what can happen next to speed things along is that we get a recommendation to vote up or down.
Okay, so let's think about this. So you can go into your discussion among each other, okay? We want you to consider these things because we need your help in letting us know what your preference is, all right? Before we can possibly make a recommendation, okay? So I want you to consider these things. Think about it. I want you to go into your heart of hearts. And as you go into your discussion, I invite you to these points to consider. Think about your view on these points. Think about your view as it relates to your district, and think about your view as it relates to all of the children in our district. Does the board believe we can operate with social distancing protocols in place in schools? Should social distancing be enforced on the bus? I want you to think about those things. Should all students be required to wear a mask or facial covering? What do you believe? Should we consider independent learning on Wednesdays? And given the recent surge in the COVID cases and the impending flu season, which model is the board recommending to be implemented safely and seriously considered for the January start? So that allows us to move into the discussion, Dr. Buck, after we have provided the points to consider. And we've given you several options, but 2 are the ones that came out from the data, from the stakeholders, with preference.
If you put a number next to each of those questions, we can have that ready for you in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I already wrote mine on
Yeah,
my
we have ours ready. Just put a number next to each one of them.
You have a handout already, so you have to get it. We're running out of time.
So just to summarize, we're in phase 3 of what we voted on already. That's the status quo. And what you're basically saying is if the board wants to do something different in January, here are the 2 options the district staff are recommending you consider.
Correct.
But if there is no change, we're hybrid 3, cohort AB, Wednesdays.
Correct.
Virtual learning opportunities.
Correct.
And whatever we do, don't ever again mention deep
Cleaning Wednesday. All right.
I said virtual learning opportunity Wednesday.
Connie, you see it?
We kept putting that out there.
Connie, you see it?
Right. So independent learning day. I got you. Okay. Discussion.
Yeah, we don't see a handout.
It's on. It's on the slide.
But I guess they need about a weekend to do the survey. What?
Oh, no, I meant it was.
Okay. Yeah. So it's on the slide.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which
But
is
no,
it
we're
now?
saying, where do we answer you? Where do we tell you what we
Connie,
want?
where is it? Oh, Lord.
See, all it is the questions. that we-
Look at page, should be slide 17.
But there's nothing there for us to answer. We need a separate card to answer.
Slide 17.
Hey, Dion, can you write down what you write down on yours on mine? Because I ain't picking any of these phase 4 things. I'll just stay in phase 3.
That's basically what I say. Any more cards available?
Yeah, right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we appreciate the time. I'm not sure that in a workshop we would have been able to have the kind of conversation today, but I did say to Dr. Howard Hall some weeks ago when we were having a conversation about going forward, and I said to her, I will just speak with Dr. Buck about how we make sure that you get the information, because what we don't want to do is spend hours and hours and hours preparing for a recommendation that is upended in a meeting. It doesn't help us, and it's really demoralizing to the staff, so we want to make sure that if we're working in a way that allows. I decided to stop.
Much craziness going on right now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I had mine. Oh.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your conversation today. What I was saying was a few weeks ago when I was talking to Dr. Howard Hall, I'm sure she won't mind me referencing the conversation when she pointed out, how will we know how we're going to proceed? And I said, I'm going to talk with Dr. Buck because I don't want the staff to spend hours and hours and hours working on an option that will be upended in a board meeting. It does not indicate cohesion between the staff and the board. It means somehow we missed something that did not allow us to demonstrate a united front. Because it doesn't matter what we do, someone's going to complain, and I'm okay with that. But I also want to be able to sit next to Dr. Buck, sit in that horseshoe, and say we have given it our best given the situation. We've examined all the data, and we've given you something that we think will help us get through this rough patch. We've not had this time in our history where public safety has been our primary concern. We've not had that experience. Even when we were talking about school shootings, our primary concern was still on academics and making people feel comfortable. Right now, we're not in that position, so I appreciate your giving us your feedback. These are the questions that will help us come up with a model that allows us to keep the main thing the main thing. If people are feeling safe, then they can do their job and the kids can do their work. We prefer the kids to be in a place where wherever they're comfortable, we want them to get the very best. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate the work of the staff in terms of getting everything together. And I did tell Mr. Ray that I did a better job than he did, and I have more hair. Thank you, Dr. Buck.
As we finish up today, just want to thank you for your attention. I thought we got a good bit done today. The work days are interesting to me because all they do is point out the need for other work days. But we talked about the strategic plan. We talked about the compensation plan. We talked about how to get through the rest of the year in terms of accountability. And then you will let the superintendent know by some means what your preferences are about things that were presented during this afternoon. As we wrap up, I would say again, as we've said many times, it's all about the students. It's all about all of the students. And the moment we waver from that, is when we start having problems. As long as I have had the honor of working with this board, we have always been able to focus on what is good for the students in our best estimation, and I would continue. I feel confident adding Ms. Grabowski to our team will mean that same thing, because I know she feels strongly about students and learning and helping them be the best they can be. Make certain as you leave your cards, as you fill out information, that you let the right, know what you're saying, so that when you say it, it's clear, so that when those read it, they know what they're getting. If you did get a ticket, I don't know what you're supposed to do with it now. I'm sorry? Okay.
They're accountable. If you call them and say you were at this thing.
Well, they told us, though, to turn them in at one time. Secondly, if you want a tour, Stacy, are you going to tell them how to get there? I can, but...
Yes, sir. We got a map.
Oh, got a map? Okay. And real quickly, oh, yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
This presentation has been modified, so you are free to leave your copy that you have with us, and we will email you the modified one, and we will provide it also to Mary for posting. So it has not been modified, and we don't want you to go away with the incorrect copy. So we will invite you to leave your copy with us, and we will give you the modified version, hopefully this afternoon.
Dr. Levette?
Yes,
Could you include that survey data with that email? Thank you.
She will include the survey data with, the map is up here. I'm not going to try to explain it to you. If you want to come up and look at it, it's very simple. You can go either of two ways, and you're really only about 2 minutes from the spot. As we get ready to close today, thank you for your cooperation. I'm going to ask real quickly, one word that lets you tell us how you feel about what we did today. What we got accomplished, didn't accomplish, whatever. Connie, Ms. Hall?
Energized.
Energized. I'm sorry? Excited. Great. Tanya? A word?
Kind you mean kind.
I said onion. Insightful. Madam Superintendent?
I'm grateful.
Grateful. Lee? Healthy. Good. The silent person, Ms. Miller Cagle. Silent? Okay. Silently. Ms.
Proactive.
Proactive. Yes, ma'am. Rosa. I'm sorry.
Oh, she took my.
Hopeful. Dion.
Informed.
Informed. Kay. Motivated. Brian. Courage. Ms. Hines.
That's a troubling.
That's okay. That's
Informed learning.
good. David.
Recentered?
Recentered. Okay. Mr. Feliciano.
Let's see, 3 days.
Okay, sir. I can't see who's back there. Oh. There was a head right in the way. I couldn't see. Mr. Johnson.
Optimistic.
Optimistic. Enlightened. Valuable. Anybody else? Mary? Better educated. One of the things as we adjourn that is always interesting to me, and I was saying it to Denise during the break, when you first come on this board, the first retreat you go to, it's like, my Lord, those people have a lot to know and do a lot. And then you get so fired up, and then if you're not careful, you get caught up in the weeds, and you find year, 2 years, 4 years later, you're still trying to figure out how to get things moving. But it always is inspiring. to see you folks who are dedicated leaders and dedicated educators work well together. I appreciate you today. Have a great weekend. Thanks for your participation today. Thank you.